you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio open your heart and show your eyes to change. You're the key. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, March 3rd, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it feels to me right now. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com. Twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous singularity of consciousness is, was, or will be sometime in the not so distant cyber future. In the not too distant cyber future. That's what I'm trying to say there. Do we get enough references in on that one, chat? Hasan was mean to Salad Fingers? Are you talking about Rick Scott? Is Rick Scott's name Salad Fingers, chat? I don't know much about Salad Fingers other than Salad Fingers comes from the yay old internet. This was it like a Rickroll thing? Salad Fingers. Salad fingers would be hard to pick anything up with, especially if you're talking about, like, are your fingers romaine lettuce? Like, maybe if each of your fingers are like hearts of romaine, you could kind of like make that work somehow. But still, even picking up, like, you know, a bottle of vitamin D, which you should in the wintertime, if you live in the, you know, above the 45th degree. Actually, I don't know, chat. They're after Hasan. Well, they kind of got Hasan, right? He's banned right now. I've heard different things about how long he's been banned. I would guess 3 days, but I swear to God, I thought I heard somebody say 24 hours. Rusty spoons? Wait, is that how you eat salad fingers? With rusty spoons? Rusty Spoon sounds like it could be somebody's name. I'm not trying to dox anyone, chat. I'm not Ethan, okay? I swear to God, if there's somebody out there named Rusty Spoons, I am not trying to dox you. Don't worry, I won't tell them that your address is 5555 North 5th Street. That's, you know, I won't tell them. Oh, wait, I just did. Shit. Chat, I think I doxed somebody. You just joined the Discord? What's up, Buzzy? Bussy. I am pronouncing everyone's name wrong today, including my own. Can we watch Salad Fingers? Can we? Is it copyrighted? Even Clovature has to use a comb? Wait. But yeah, chat, I got hung up on stuff. I am trying to make this move work. I'm trying to make this move work as we speak. Who remembers Muffin Movies? What is Muffin Movies? But yeah, I was almost not going to stream. I was almost just going to skip tonight's stream. I've got an appointment tomorrow at the passport agency. At the passport agency. to try to finagle a same-day passport, which apparently they can do. Apparently they can do, but they will only do it under certain circumstances. And the question is, are my circumstances correct? I had to call my member of Congress today, who was not who I thought it was. I thought I knew who represented me, but it turns out that since I moved, like, I don't know, 20 miles away. Well, I guess it makes sense, right? I moved 20 miles away. That would be sending out all the good vibes for you. Thank you. I am preparing to indeed flee the country. And I'm not even sure. Charlie the Bloody Unicorn? Is that some Castlevania shit? Do I ask that question a lot, chat? I feel like this is not the first time I've said, is that some Castlevania shit? There was another time, like, I swear to God. This feels, am I just having deja vu? Deja vu. Okay, when you flee the country, can you take us all with you? I will say this, all right? If you go to a place with much lower cost of living, and you take a one-way ticket there, it is actually cheaper than I thought. I mean, that being said, I don't want to just like go over there and run out of money in a foreign country. So I'm trying to make sure that I've got, you know. But yeah, it's just this whole thing with the landlady. I'm kind of paying like extra rent at the moment. So that's what makes it like, you know, I get my paycheck and then it's like, here's what I feel like, chat. I feel like I should just get my paycheck and have my landlady standing right there and be like, here you go. There you go. All yours. All yours. You get my whole paycheck. It's almost like that. It's almost like that. So that's what makes it so that like as soon as I have to pay my rent, I'm like, how am I gonna, you know? But like I think, look, I took an opportunity. I hope it's gonna work out. I know somebody who's, you know, starting a business over there that involves some things that I am skilled at. Editing videos, writing, working on the back end of YouTube, working on that back end. Why am I doing that? I'm like massaging a butt, aren't I? Working on that back end. I mean, chat, gluteal massage is like, you know, very, very helpful for some people. It's a very vulnerable, you know, kind of, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not for everyone. Some people don't want their glutes handled by a massage therapist, but sometimes some people really need it. Sometimes people really want that glute. I'm like doing it wrong, chat. That's not how I massage. I don't grab onto the buns and jiggle them. That would be such a bad thing. Can you imagine if you were like, yeah, I gotta get, my glutes are killing me, I gotta get a massage, and you go in and the massage therapist is just like, bong. See, that's malpractice right there. You lose your license. That's the one thing you're not allowed to do in massage therapy, is be silly with somebody's butt. That's not okay. That's not okay. That'll get your license pulled. Who doesn't love butts? Butts are great. Butts are amazing. I'm amazed by butts. I don't know about you, chat. The butt is a marvel of modern technology, I think is what I'm trying to say. Can you imagine if you took, like, if you went back in time and you met your, like, great-grandfather and you told him that there were going to be butts in the future? There were going to be butts in the future! Granddad, did you know that? And then Granddad would be like, back in my day, we didn't have butts. Oh, wait, except it wouldn't, because he would be, like, young. What if you met your granddad and he was younger than you? Would that freak you out? That would be the weirdest part of time travel, right? It's one thing, the Back to the Future thing, right? Where he goes back in time and he meets his parents and his parents are the same age as him. That's weird enough, right? Can you imagine going back in time and meeting your grandparents and they're actually younger than you? That would be kind of weird. But yeah, chat, this music is vibe, okay? But you know what is not vibe? Is Hasan getting banned. Look, if he's gonna get banned, he should get banned for a good reason. And, I mean, while he was being based, like, it's so ridiculous. You know, the thing about this ban is it tells me that you can twist anything into what it's not. That's what happened, chat. This is apparently something that Hasan said on Friday's stream, alluded to, I think, in one of the videos that we were watching of Hasan, right? Hasan mentions this, mentions the possibility that he might be banned over it. But there was, I don't know, 3 days that transpired in between the event, what Hasan actually said, and the ban. Now, some people are using this to say, oh, Twitch is hypocritical. I thought that you know, you're supposed to ban people immediately if they break your rules, and yet you waited 3 days to ban Hasan. Well, here's the deal: he didn't fucking ban. He didn't break the rules. He didn't make a threat. All right, that was not a threat. That was not a call to action. That was not any danger. You know, the biggest danger to Rick Scott's life is probably the fact that Rick Scott looks like a walking corpse already. Not that Hasan made a joke that if the Republicans really wanted to do something about Medicaid fraud, they would unalive Rick Scott. Now, that was not the way that I would have said it, but I'm extra cautious. I avoid terms like that. I avoid terms like that because I just know. Look, I've been through it, chat. I've been through disingenuous. Yes, actually, strangely enough, the person that went after me was a hardcore Zionist. It wasn't about Israel Palestine or anything like that, but it was every bit as ridiculous as what Hasan is experiencing. And people wouldn't even take the fact that I had obviously been reported like 1,000 times and Twitch had found that I did nothing wrong. People wouldn't take that as like, that's proof that Irene's being lied about. Like they still, so it's kind of like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Like Hasan actually got banned. Wait, in a video game. I would always say in a video game. You know, I don't even say that because I feel like, oh, chat, one of my favorite jokes is this, like, right? There's like somebody on Discord or, you know, social media on street, you know what I mean? They're like talking on the internet, right? And they're saying all this shit that is like TOS. They are, you know, doing things that are making the Secret Service nervous, right? And when the Secret Service gets nervous, somebody's going to pay you a visit, right? And so the SWAT team is at their house. Outside the door, they are all suiting up, getting ready to bust in and do that thing that they do. And the person, and the, you know, the like Secret Service people or the, you know, whatever intelligence people, they're like listening to this person on the internet and they're like, blah, 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 you know, just all this shit that's totally like, would get you a visit from, you know, from somebody in a SWAT uniform. And at the very end of it, they're like, in a video game, of course, in a video game. And then the people that are listening, they call the SWAT team and they're like, hey, we're going to have to call this one off. Yeah, they were talking about a video game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I brought you out here, SWAT team. I'm sorry you were like ready to bust in. You were all suited up. You were all just raring to go. You were about to get the battering ram, you know, and come in hard. You were going to, you know, drop through the skylights. You know, you were just going to get this person. And it turns out they're not really dangerous. They were talking about in a video game, right? The idea that people have that in a video game is like the ultimate protection from any sort of ramification for words that you say on the internet, I think it's wild. I think it's wild. And it forces me to consider such a scenario, right? Rick Scott Free is the crappiest before and after answer on Jeopardy. The videos coming out or reporting it on it so disingenuously, saying stuff like, so Hasan told his audience to do it. Play something. Whose video are you talking about? You're talking about Ethan? Because we're gonna watch Ethan's video. Let's see. We've got a number of things to let me tell you what I'm trying to make sure that we cover tonight, right? I want to cover the Philly D, you know, because if it's Philly D's like the New York Times of the internet, all right? If it happened, then Philly D covered it. Philly D has a record of it, right? Either that or Moist Critical. I don't think Moist Critical... Has Moist Critical covered this? Moist Critical. Hasan. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, so Moist Critical. I mean, he's not what he's in retirement. Let's not even Philly D. Philip DeFranco. How do you spell it? Philip DeFranco. It should be spelled like Luffy D Monkey, honestly. That's how I would spell it.
Yo, the full fallout from it.
So yeah, I want to watch Philip DeFranco cover the Hasan thing. We're gonna watch Ethan. We're gonna watch Ethan's reaction to the Hasan thing, because you know that guy was happy to hear that Hasan has been banned, right? So I want to hit that, and then we've got what the Amaranth thing, which we still haven't covered, and the Connor, Sea Dog. Sea Dog. Hasan? Wait, it's just Connor clips, right? Yeah. It's Connor clips. That's what I'm looking for. Wait, is Connor Sea Dog? Yeah, Sea Dog VA? Okay. Okay, so we got the Connor thing. We got the Philly D thing. We got Ethan Klein. And we got Amaranth. Those are the things that I for sure want to hit tonight. Now, in addition to that, there are more things that you can unlock should you choose to do so, right? I'm here late. Again, apologies. So this might be a very short stream because again, I told you the content that I've got to cover. You know, that's not a lot of content right there, right? I could stay on a little bit later than I normally would. That is dependent on you. If we hit the bonus goal, like we're at 0% right now. Yeah, let me check. 0% on the dono goal. We get to 100% by the time I'm done with all this stuff, then I'll stay on a little bit longer. What do we got tonight? We have Professor Dave again. Oh my god, more Ethan Seething is somehow winning? Okay, let's read this off, all right? So as I look at the bonus content, I see that 69, what a great number of you have voted. It's easily divisible by 3. Yes. Yeah. It's divisible of 70. Okay, it's 70 now. Whatever, chat, whatever. I'm not going to worry about the numerology of it all. I'll leave that up to somebody else. Okay? But anyway, we got more Ethan Seething in first place. We've got No Other Land interview. That's right. The members of the cast of No Other Land. Oh, yeah, I want to make sure to watch that, too. So somebody told me last night that Ethan Klein was freaking out about No Other Land winning the Oscars. Now that... I got debated. I believed you. I trusted you. I thought that sounded like a reasonable thing. Considering Ethan's reactions to a lot of things, I'm not surprised if he decides to, you know, hate on a movie about the occupation. I wouldn't be surprised. But no, he's not doing that. All right, he's ostensibly supportive of No Other Land winning an Oscar. But there's something incredibly cringe about the way that he talks about it. And we'll get into that. We'll make sure if I don't let me go right to the Hasan, right? We want to cover Ethan's take on No Other Land first, because that's kind of interesting where he goes with that. And it's very revealing about who Ethan Klein is. We've got in third place Professor Dave versus Sabine Hassenfelder. We have a internet dust up between the brainy science channels, I guess. That's how I would say it. That's in third place, all right? And then in fourth place, we have How the Gerontocracy Took Over. And chat, I gotta tell you, it's pretty close tonight. Like, more Ethan seething is definitely in first place. It was winning last night too. I think DDG was watching from afar and voting. You think DDG wants more Ethan seething? Moist would say these aren't clips, they're mags. They're mags, Nico. They're mags. Gonna start calling Ethan Uncle Jarvis. Wait, it's not the point, but isn't it only 3 days? Wait, what is only 3 days? Grew up watching Ethan. Now he just reminds me of my friend's drunk Thanksgiving uncle. Damn. Moisty is a friend of Hasan's channel. I doubt it'll be negative reporting. I mean, he's always got to kind of play it neutral, but checking through YouTube when I heard there's a bunch of smaller channels reporting on it. Sorry, what do you mean by, oh, the ban is 3 days. Jesus Christ. I think you're right. I think you're right. I mean, that's my guess, but I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say, here's what the ban is, here's how I know. That's what I like to see. I like to see somebody say, this is my source, and that source be Twitch, just so I know for sure, because I haven't seen anything official. I've heard somebody say they thought it was a 24-hour ban, and I've heard somebody say that they thought it was a 3-hour ban. I think they just get a kick out of Hasan. Some good options. I'm glad you feel that way. I was worried last night. We're on a one-stream losing streak as far as the bonus goal goes, but I never know, is it because of the options that I list for bonus content, or is it me being, super late again? I just, chat, I got really nervous about the whole Thailand thing. Like, it looks like I'm making it work, but it's only barely working, and shit is not good here, right? I've got a fucked up, about my fucked up situation with my, with the place that I'm living. I'm not gonna bemoan or bore you with that, right? But it's just, the longer I stay here, honestly, the worse things could get. And that goes in terms of the political atmosphere, the ability to get a passport, the ability to leave the country, and, just the situation I've got with my housing. Just, if only I had somehow saved up the money to, leave in January. If I had left before Trump got in, that would have been so fucking smart, right? I would be able to get the right letter on my passport. I would have, saved some money. It was just but the whole thing is just I had to have a certain amount of money to be able to, book a place, to take the flight, to get rid of, oh my god, chat, there's so much I have to do. This trampoline, I gotta get rid of this trampoline. I'm gonna have to get rid of nearly everything. I'm gonna have to sell it off, I'm gonna have to give it away. I'm gonna have to make it disappear. And I'm gonna have to, and I was thinking also, my clothes. I don't really like my clothes. And I'm not going to have room for my clothes on my flight because I am a streamer, and things like this microphone and that stream deck and this computer and that lighting and that webcam, that takes place. That takes precedence, right? I mean, it's probably a good thing. I hate my clothes. You can tell by the fact that I wear the same outfits so often that like I just don't have a lot of stuff that I like. But yeah, I'm gonna have to like fucking give up my whole worldly possessions. But it's probably a good thing, right? I don't need to be carrying around. It's just, it sucks because I finally got a really comfortable bed. Like I have not, like this bed that I've got is the most comfortable thing I have slept on in a long time. And I don't know how, you know, I'm gonna find, I don't know, chat. I should stop worrying. I should stop worrying. Look, I'm lucky enough that I think this is gonna actually happen. Lance from the Surf said 3 days. Didn't pay attention to his source though. I mean, Lance probably wouldn't say 3 days unless he knew. I heard Frogan say it was a 24-hour ban. I mean, I guess we'll find out. If it's 24-hour, we'll find out tomorrow. Oh, that's really sweet of you, John. Thank you. That means a lot to me. The channel is literally my mental health lifeline. Look, I'm glad that I can do that, right? Mental health is not an easy thing. Am I telling you too much by saying that? No, I don't think it's an easy thing I've always maintained this, chat. That's why I hate that streamers tend to like attack each other by speculating about mental health. Because it's like, who among us can say that they are totally mentally healthy? Who among us has not experienced depression, anxiety, right? This is mental illness. Depression, anxiety, there's so many things that like nearly everybody experiences that is considered mental illness. And so for people to be like, you know, I would just own it. And I wish I do own it. I do own it. I am acutely anxious at times. I have been majorly depressed before. I mean, I just feel like anybody who says that they don't deal with a mental health issue, I almost don't trust. You know, really? You're not dealing with any kind of issue whatsoever? Like, that's wild to me. I feel like it's a lot more normal. But I feel it's a weird thing. Like when people are saying mentally ill, they don't mean things like depression. They don't mean anxiety. And what the fuck does it even mean? If that's not, you know what I mean? What are we even talking about when we say mental health or, you know, somebody's... Akil says, is Hasan banned permanently? I don't think so. Right? We would know that, right? They haven't said so, and I don't know. He's been banned. Okay, so for the record, but yeah, I mean, like, also mental health is something you gotta fight for. It's something you gotta struggle for. It's something you gotta actualize, right? I don't think it just comes for you. If you do, you know, reach a point in your life where your sense of well-being is there and it's vibrant and stuff like that, it's because you struggled for it. It's because you fought through all the baggage that we all get given as human beings on this planet. But yeah, I don't think he's banned permanently. He's been banned 5 times before. As short of a ban as like 24 hours. As long of a ban as 7 days, I think. Whatever the actual duration of Hasan's ban, I wish Hasan would make it so that Ethan and the DDG community generally think the ban. Oh, I mean, I don't know if he can do that. Like, look, that's feeding into the conspiracy theory, right? If Hasan runs Twitch, then yeah, he could be like, hey Dan, could you maybe ban me for 14 days? Yeah, I think 14 days would get him off my back, right? And he just takes a vacation or something. You know, what I'm really wondering about, though, is whether or not Hasan will stream on YouTube. I mean, there's nothing to stop him from doing that, right? He's done it like once or twice before. He doesn't seem to like streaming on YouTube. And I can imagine there being something like... So like I said, you know, you're allowed to. It doesn't violate the ban. It doesn't increase the time of the ban. You know, they're not going to yell. In other words, they're not going to yell at Hasan if he did stream somewhere else for, you know, somehow violating the spirit of the ban by being on somewhere else, right? But I think what it might actually... I think there might be a thing where if you're like, to get back in Twitch's good graces maybe is better if you don't stream somewhere else. I don't know. But he could stream on YouTube. He could stream on TikTok. Have Zionists started their meltdown over the Oscars yet? No, but we're going to cover Ethan's take on... Ethan's takeaway on No Other Land. Right, and he's not ostensibly against it, but he goes in a really weird direction that I think is kind of disturbing and kind of telling about who Ethan is. And the sort of disconnect between Ethan thinking of himself as somebody who supports, you know, freedom for Palestinians and what he's actually... how he's actually coming across in real life. Because there's a huge disconnect there, right? In his mind, he didn't do anything, you know, wrong. He didn't say anything wrong. He just said some completely normal shit and everybody lost their shit over it. But obviously that is not what's happening in this reality. I'm fucking tired of fighting for my right simply to live. I feel like I already have to fight to get hours at my fucking work. Damn. Yeah. Most of my anxiety comes from being poor. Oh god, yeah. Money anxiety is the worst. You can claim refugee status, says Sweetheart's Cat, if you can prove it. I don't think you need a passport for that. Or maybe that's just America's refugee program. I think it probably depends on the country. And the best thing to do if you wanted to pursue that path would be to find other people that have claimed, you know, asylum. You're talking about asylum, right? Yeah, you got to find other people that have claimed asylum in a certain country to make sure that will actually work. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the United States and its laws and its atmosphere and its treatment of a bunch of different people is such that, you know, the United States is the kind of country that in a better time the United States would have been opening its doors to refugees from, right? So, but yeah, you're right. I don't know, you know, how other countries, asylum, you know, I don't know how that works. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people don't understand like how much energy that you expend just to survive, and then and then when somebody like Trump comes along and tries to go around normal legislative process to take away your rights, and you're wondering, can I count on the courts? Streaming on YouTube channel cooks the fan channels, huh? Is that true, Kazwan? You could be right about that. You could be right about that. Has he said that? Maybe stream has a no, they don't have a rule. Okay, just so I'm really clear about this. There's no such rule, right? But what I'm saying is that there's a utility in showing contrition to Twitch. If you want to not just, get your channel back, but kind of get back in their good graces where they're not like, you're not always like looking over your shoulder, right? And that there might be, it would be like the kind of thing where, you're not in violation of a rule, right? But if the people that are overseeing, the bans, see that, oh yeah, Hasan had a big stream had 3 big streams on YouTube, right? While he was banned from Twitch, they might be a little bit less receptive. I don't know. Because I do notice on the short bans, streamers almost never go elsewhere to stream. On the long bans, yes. And I think maybe it was the 7-day one that Hasan... Asylum isn't easy. Yeah. Yeah, ask it. Decorum. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for, Katie. There's like there's like a sense of, like, because if you're streaming on another, platform, you're kind of flexing on Twitch, right? You're saying, maybe I don't need you anyway. Right? Which could be a good thing. If Twitch, especially for a streamer like Hasan to be like, I could take my business elsewhere. If that's how we're going to play it. If you're going to give in to every single DDG brigade, because those aren't going to stop, right? They hit pay dirt when it came to Trash Taste. They hit pay dirt when it came to Twitch. And this isn't something that Twitch, on first look, wanted to ban Hasan for, right? They looked at it and they said, just what you or I would say, right? It's not an infraction. There's not a threat, right? That's what the allegation was that Hasan was either doing like a call to action or had made a threat of some kind at Rick Scott, and he didn't. He didn't. The whole point of the thing that he was saying was that if the Republicans cared about Medicaid fraud, which they don't, they would have wanted to get rid of Rick Scott, right? They would kick him out of the party. And instead of kick him out of the party, Hasan just went ahead and did the... Hasan just went ahead and did the edgy thing. And this is why I tried, like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes I'm a little too reticent. I feel like sometimes I'm like really careful about what I say, or like, I take my time saying something, and I'm like, if you pop, I mean, obviously people like it better if you pop off, but popping off sort of risks that you're gonna say something in a way that can be twisted. And that was the problem with what Hasan said. Because he said the Republicans, if they, don't like Medicaid fraud, which they don't fucking care. They don't actually care. They just want to get rid of Medicaid. That's the point of what Hasan was saying. But if they really did that, then they should, unalive Rick Scott. I mean, that's, I could see how it'd be twisted, but it still sucks. It sucks that Twitch looked at that and they knew that wasn't a threat. They knew that wasn't TOS. They knew that wasn't a call to action. They knew that there wasn't anything, but the fucking brigaders kept brigading. And eventually they were like, they gave in. That's what I hate about Twitch, is they are gutless. They are fucking gutless. Good Burger, I looked for your name on the list of bans and I couldn't find it. YouTube is kind of fucked up in the way that they do this. It feels like they only show you like a certain number of banned people at a time. They just don't have a good system. Any mods out there ever successfully... Do you have a command that lets you unban people? There's somebody in the Twitch chat that caught a ban. They're sorry about what they said, and it doesn't sound like it was too like over the line or anything, but I cannot find them in my list of like banned people on YouTube. Yeah, gutless. They're totally gutless. And what sucks about this is that Twitch is one of the last, I wouldn't even say progressive. I would say centrist. It's one of the last social media platforms that has not given in to the right wing. But they're being pushed. They're being bullied. How many people's lives did Rick Scott's Medicare? Well, it's Medicaid fraud in the first place, right? That's what we're talking about. Am I a mod on Twitch? Go over to Twitch and I'll see. But yeah, they didn't get banned on Twitch. They got banned on YouTube. And that's the problem, is that YouTube makes unbanning people on Twitch so easy. So goddamn easy. Unbanning people on YouTube, it's like they make it way harder than they need to. I was wondering if it's easier for mods somehow. If mods have like a command that is like slash unban. Oh, okay. Should be able to unban people on YouTube by yourself. You should be able to. Never thought of unbanning because they usually come back as an alt account. Yeah, there's a lot of alt accounts on YouTube. One time, MIDI doctors accidentally banned me in the majority report chat on my birthday. I was mad at them for like a week, but we're best friends now. It wasn't undoable. Well, I'm thinking there's some way to, like... Is there, like, a... I feel like there's a command. And I could probably type this, too. I just don't know what the command is. I feel like there's probably a command that you could literally just put somebody's name in and unban them. And that's what we need. Because, like, going off the list that I have on the back end of my YouTube is not working. It's not pulling up is the problem, right? It's not pulling up the name of the person that was banned. But yeah, you know, unbanning people on YouTube should not be like pulling teeth. In fact, you know what I need to do at some point is get a system for a an unban request, right? Like have like a thing that you can email to request to be unbanned. Because I have noticed it's very easy to even accidentally ban somebody. Like Variant was just saying, you experienced like a accidental ban from MIDI doctors, right? It's real, like YouTube. The way YouTube's set up, it's made to. And I've seen accidental bans. I've seen them happen. And when I do, I try to undo them because I know it's going to be a pain in the ass otherwise. But yeah, I think I've even accidentally hit a ban myself and had to unban. I want to unban my reply comments. I can't reply to any comments on YouTube. It just like yeets your comments, Crotchy. Dave Troy on Twitter got a copy of how billionaires are going to seize infrastructure. Like right now, if I was gonna ban, let's say Crotchy, which I'm not gonna do, Crotchy, don't worry. But if I hit the thing next to your name where the ban thing is, and then like right while I was doing it, the chat, you know, like another chat came in, then I would end up banning not you, but the person below you. Right? I would end up accidentally banning Variant. And I'm not banning either of you, so but yeah, that's how easy a misclick is on YouTube. It's just like sometimes when I'm trying to like put people's like, you know, chats on the screen, I'll click on it and then the chat will move, and so I end up like clicking somebody else. You can unban someone immediately. Wait, so are you talking about, is there a command? User section, user, wait, something, oh, community tab. Yeah, so Narwhal, I tried that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. Unfortunately, it only lists so many. And that's our problem. Right? It has a limit on the number of hidden users that it will show. Yeah, that's what I usually do. I usually go to the community tab, and in the hidden users section, then I do Control F to find, right? And it's not a whole list is the problem. It should be. Should be able to, by going through the YouTube app. Are you talking about the YouTube Studio? Creator Studio community. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I know they need to fix this. Like, I don't know if it's set up for you to only have, like, you know, only be able to ban like 100 people. But when you stream on Shorts, you gotta ban a ton of people. The other thing I could think of is maybe, wait, let me see. Let me search your name on YouTube, Good Burgers. And see if maybe I can pull up your... If I can pull up your account, then maybe I could click on there somewhere. Maybe I could find a workaround. But that's what it's going to have to be. We're gonna have to do a workaround. Oh my god, unfortunately, okay, let me put it in quotations. That's so frustrating. Wait, what if I change it to... filters. Channel. Okay, are you sure that's your exact username? There's no, like, letters? There's no, like, dash and letters behind it, Good Burgers? Oh, thank you, Alter Boy. I'm just trying to help somebody out on Twitch, really quick, seeing if there's any way that we can do it, cause yeah, like is that like your at on your channel?
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals. Because it was so peaceful up here.
That's the exact name.
Communists invading radicals.
If I type the at symbol, do you think it'll pull it up? Wait a minute. I think I found your account. Okay. But can I... Chat, we got to get going with the stream too. I realized how late I started. Okay, I think I got you, Good Burger. Tell me if that works. Tell me if that works. So anyway, like I said, chat, here, we gotta switch to this thing. Boom. What is Ethan doing there? I feel like he looks like he's singing an Italian song. I don't know. But anyway, chat. More Ethan Seething is winning even harder than it was the last time I looked at it. You have 116 votes that have been left so far. Do we have 116 likes? If not, fix that. Let's get that ratio back in line. All right, if you can vote, you can like the stream. So anyway, more Ethan Seething in first place, No Land Interview in second place, Professor Dave versus Sabine Hassenfelder in third place, and Gerontocracy, How It Took Over in fourth place. But that might not matter because we're at 0% as far as the bonus goal goes. And well, that's a long way off from 100%. If we somehow magically hit 100% by the end of the stream, then we'll get some bonus content. I'll stay up a little bit later. Otherwise, I'm going to make myself exceptionally scarce, exceptionally early, because I cannot... I'm sure Ethan is singing Italian songs, if you know what I mean. Wait, an Italian song, if you know what I mean? Do I know what you mean? Only Italian songs we approve of is Bella Ciao. What about Caro Mio Ben? But anyway, yeah. We are a long way from the dono goal at 0%. And we'll see how long the stream lasts, like this, chat. But anyway, that's there. The other thing that's there that for another hour is the possibility of getting me on the trampoline. Yeah, 52 minutes to be exact. You have 52 minutes. If we, I think it's 4 teal super chats will get us, that's...
Super chatted $20. I'm not sure if you know this, but Hasan was on the Trash Taste podcast when Hasan was in...
We're going to cover that.
And during the podcast, DGG and H3 brigaded the community...
Oh, God, yeah.
...forced host Connor, C-Dog, to tell Hasan not to come back.
Yeah, we're going to watch Connor's... Oh, God, I'm not trying to start up the Ethan just yet. We're going to watch Connor's response, because somebody told me about this. Does this go to the dono goal? Yes, it does. Thank you, Izzy Sanchez, for the super chat. Thank you, Steven Sayers, for the super chat. It goes to both. Yeah, like look at that. Look at that. So if you do a super chat that's like teal or higher, it not only gets us closer to the dono goal, which look at that. Now we're at 25% of the dono goal, but it also gets us closer to a trampoline stream. And we have 52 minutes left to make that a possibility. We are 1/5 of the way to Trampoline Town. We are 1/4 of the way to Bonus Town. So this may happen yet. What's the Professor Sabine content about? I don't know. You know, we'd have to look into it. But there's a dust up there, Mark Gold. Professor Dave is not. I'm guessing it's Sabine. Sabine seems to kind of be like, I would say, playing to the right wing. Does that make sense? So yeah, here's what we're going to watch. We're going to watch Billy D to introduce us to what happened with Hasan, maybe give us a little bit more information, hopefully. We're going to watch Ethan celebrating like the jackass that he is. We're also going to see what Ethan's... Ethan does have a take on No Other Land, and it's not a good take, but it's not as bad as the take that people were telling me. People last night were telling me that Ethan was on his Instagram, like actively talking shit about the fact that No Other Land won an Oscar, and that's not actually happening. But he does have something to say about it, and it's not good. Does anybody know how long Hasanabi is down for? We think 3 days, but it seems like everybody's got different information. So anyway, yeah, we're a quarter of the way to the dono goal. We're a fifth of the way to the trampoline goal. If we hit the trampoline goal, I'll jump on the trampoline. If we hit the dono goal, I'll stay up a little bit later than I normally would to cover another subject with you. And that is, that goal goes forward whenever anybody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, or if you gift memberships to other people, if you support me, oh God, on Throne, which I've got to fix that right now. I need to put a camera up on the Throne because I finally got a good camera recommendation for cameras. I got a good camera recommendation for cameras. Altar Boy, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I was just gonna get to that. Or if you support me on Twitch, that also makes the bonus goal go forward. So any of those things make the dono goal go forward. We're almost a third of the way there. If we get to fully the way there, then I'll stay up a little later and cover another topic. Now, the other thing you can do when you donate, if you want to, is let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. Because in addition to voting for them over on YouTube, you can also support them with your donation. And I will turn your donation into a percentage, which I will add to the topic of your choice. You can also say Vox Populi, in which case you're saying you're voting for the you're basically voting for whatever the vote is going for. You're like reinforcing what's winning when you do Vox Populi. If you do anything else, you're kind of putting your thumb on the scale, but sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's good to put your thumb on the scale a little bit to help out the topic of your choice to get the content that you want. So that's how that works. That's how we're going. We're going to jump right into it. I have been edging you for far too long already, chat. Somebody told me that I had an amazing knack for making, for stretching out the content. I think I see what they're saying. I think they're talking about the beginning of the stream. When I like to talk to chat. Hope you enjoy your trampoline. Aw, thank you, Altar Boy. I'm gonna have to get rid of it. That's the unfortunate thing, chat. I am gonna be moving across the ocean. You're allowed two, a carry-on bag and two checked bags. And I think one of my checked bags is gonna be my computer. The other checked bag likely will be my microphone, my camera, my lights, all of my equipment. Oh no, my monitors. And so that means that I'm going to take like nothing with me. I'm going to take nothing with me, chat. This is scary. I'm going to have to get rid of it all. I'm going to have to sell it all. Anyway, what are we trying to do here? Oh, here we go. Philly D. Doesn't Philly D sound like a cheeseburger place? Like Philly D's? You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be a place that serves cheeseburgers? Okay, so let's see how Philly D handles this. I'm gonna jump right into it, chat. Where am I moving to is the question. I am not entirely sure, but my first stop may be in Southeast Asia, right? I'm going to be working for a company that films in different locations, but it looks like for the foreseeable future, I'll be based out of Thailand. So should be fun. If I can make it happen. I'm so nervous that this is not gonna happen, or I'm gonna not have the money to make it work. But ship yourself a container the proper size. Shed any light on the process when you're there? Oh, on how to do it? On how to get a passport and a visa? Yeah, but mine's going to be a little different because I'm working for an American company over there, and they are going to help me get the visa that I need. So, I mean, fingers crossed, chat. Fingers crossed. I'm so you got a sponsorship? I mean, no, I got a job. I got a job is what I got. I got a jobby job. But don't worry, that doesn't mean, like, I've checked it out and I've made sure with the boss that I'm going to be able to keep up with my stream every day because it's really important to me. You're really important to me. And no matter how far away I move, America's really important to me and the people in America. And, you know, all the people that are suffering under this bullshit. Like, look, America was never a good place. It's had a fucked up history. America's hurt a lot of people, but holy shit, nobody deserves what we're about to experience under Trump. Will you continue streaming after your move? Yes, okay. That, in fact, I'm sure I will because this is my main gig. This is my main gig. I'm you know, the work that I'm doing for the company is gonna come second, because they're not paying me as you know, like it's kind of a startup, so the pay rate is not that good. But hey, they are helping me to get out there, and I wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. So I'm really thankful to my boss for that. What? I have Ivermectin to sell oh my god. Do your due diligence. Yeah, watch out for visa scams. Anyway, chat, we're gonna jump right into it here. How about this? We'll get through this first part, and I will, we'll get through this first part, and then I'll talk to you a little bit about the move. How about that? Because I see that there's a lot of people in chat that are curious and want me to talk about that. But we also got to get we got to get done with this content. We got to get done with our Philly D. But yeah, I will. And there's people that have questions about things like passports and visas, and I'll try to shed as much light as I can, knowing that I am not an attorney. I am not an expert. You should take things that I say with a grain of salt and do your own research.
Conversation. But then some big news in the news and commentary space. Commentator Hasan Piker just got banned on Twitch. With it being reported, it may be because of this moment on a stream late last week.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick.
Oh, thank you, Philly D. Thank you. You would tell. That's what the subtitles say. You would tell him.
Scott. Okay. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he to this day is still also known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in.
Wait, why is he saying Medicare? I thought this was about Medicaid. Oh no, Chad, I'm confused now. Was I wrong the whole time?
Conversation. But then
I gotta hear this again. I thought, Chad, is it Medicare that he committed fraud in?
some big news in the news and commentary space. Commentator Hasan Piker just got banned on Twitch. With it being reported, it may be because of this moment on a stream late last week.
There's about 50.
Student visa is a great way to go if you have got some if you can find a educational institution that can, help you fulfill those goals. There's also something called a soft power visa that you should look into if you're looking into Thailand. That if you want to be a student of Muay Thai, if you want to be a culinary student, if you want to learn to Thai culinary skills, I think maybe if you want to learn massage, I think it works for that. But they call it a soft power visa. That you're there to study something, or I think Thai language as well. Study part of the Thai culture. You can get a soft power visa.
$50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid.
But if you're only going to be there for 90 days, that is a tourist visa. So that's the easiest visa.
Just in fraud alone.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill.
Okay, Medicare fraud or it is Medicaid fraud, right? We're talking about Medicaid fraud. I'm just making sure, chat, that what Rick Scott is accused of is defrauded both Medicare and Medicaid. So Sam Cedar wouldn't correct us for using them interchangeably here. That's poggers, as Sam would say. Poggers! They've got me saying poggers!
Rick Scott. Okay? The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he, to this day, is still also known as...
Ooh, Sarah, with a membership, and you're also telling me something good to know that will affect the stream. Hasan just released a video on YouTube, so I'm guessing maybe, is he talking about the ban, possibly?
Committing the largest...
He uploaded a video on his YouTube. Chat is on it. Chat is on it. I love this.
Medicare fraud in U.S. history.
And shortly after that, we started seeing a number of reactions.
Also, Sarah, thank you for becoming a weasel. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
With that, Asmongold really pressuring Twitch to take actions against these types of comments.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Totally indefensible. The thing is that it's so obviously a call to violence. It's so obvious.
You're such a... There's a dead rat in your brain, sir. There is a dead rat rotting in the space between your ears. What the fuck, Asmongold? We heard what he just said. All right? He wasn't calling on his audience to do anything to Rick Scott. He certainly wasn't asking the Republican Party to do anything to Rick Scott, although that was what he said. It is so fucking obvious to anyone without a cooked rat for a brain that what Hasan was talking about is that if you really cared about that, then you wouldn't have accepted Rick Scott. Right? It's not a fucking threat, Asmongold. You jackass. Like, it's bad enough that you're grifting to the right. I mean, you are kind of right-wing brained. You know, you got that that dog in you. You got that MAGA in you already, right? So but he plays it up. He plays it up. You know, he acts like he calls Trump based more than he would otherwise. But he's got to know. I made fun of him for the cooked rat in his head. I don't think that Asmongold is like that dense that escaped his grasp, that there is not a call for violence there. There is not a threat there. All there is a statement that Rick Scott is the biggest Medicare, Medicaid fraud out there. And that if Republicans actually cared about that kind of shit and didn't just want to ban Medicaid and get rid of Medicare, to sell it off to millionaires in a tax cut, to give it away to millionaires and billionaires. Is it true that Gen Z agreed in approval for Trump? If so, Gen Z agreed in approval for Trump. Look, Trump did better amongst young people than he ever has before. But my understanding is he did not win an outright majority, if that's what you're saying.
Obviously not something that you should say. You're obviously wrong for saying it. There's no justification at all to say something like that in any capacity.
And all of that then bringing us to this morning when we found...
Oh, his approval rating rose. So you're talking about in recent polls? It'd be surprising because from what I've seen, everything that I've seen shows Trump's approval rating falling. But did it rise in certain demographics? I guess it could have.
Twitch handing Hasan a ban, with his channel just displaying the message, this channel is temporarily unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms.
Violation, chat, violation.
Service. And, with all that, it's unclear right now how long the ban is or how long it'll be in effect. In fact, as a recording, Twitch also hasn't confirmed the
So he doesn't know. Philly D doesn't know.
reason for the ban. Though notably, we did see Hasan himself attributing the decision to the Rick Scott comments, with him writing on X, "I'm sorry. I'll choose my words carefully next time and say if Mike Johnson cares about..."
Yeah, look, Hasan is attributed to the Rick Scott thing. So have the Diddy Gers, and that tells me that that they and Asmongold's community were brigading that shit pretty hard. So again, this is something that got brought up to Twitch. When Twitch looked at it, they were like, there's no infraction. There's no fucking infraction. But they kept on pressing. They kept on bitching about it. And eventually Twitch was like, you know, Twitch just, they just, they're cowards. And they gave in. They wanted the heat off them. They banned somebody for something that they know wasn't an infraction. Twitch is utterly... There was a poll in Newsweek from yesterday.
About Medicare fraud, since he wants to cut $800 million from Medicaid, Medicare, he'd call for max punishment for current Florida GOP Senator, former Governor Rick Scott, who has done the most Medicare fraud in U.S. history. With him then also...
Is max punishment... But is that going to become a meme now?
In a follow-up post, big shout out to the right-wing free speech lovers who took time out of their day screaming about DEI and immigrants to cry about this. With him then also responding to commentator Tim Pool, claiming he will defend the wealthy robbing you blind just as he'll defend Mike Johnson gutting Medicaid with lies, saying he's not independent, he's a bald partisan hack.
Gotta throw bald in there, don't we? We gotta throw bald in there. Look, I don't know what's under that beanie. I don't care.
Commentator Tim Pool claiming he will defend the wealthy robbing you blind just as he'll defend Mike Johnson gutting Medicaid with lies, saying he's not independent, he's a bald partisan hack. But for now, we'll have to wait to see.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's a Tim Pool. I just want to read what Tim Pool said there. All right. Here, I'm going to turn this off. All right. In the suspension, they call it banned, but he will be back shortly. It's a suspension. They call it a ban, but he will be back shortly. It's likely due to him calling on people to unalive a sitting U.S. senator. He didn't call on people to do that. He didn't even know Rick Scott was a senator? What the fuck? Wait a minute. Rick Scott was a governor. And then he ran for Senate, I think. He was out of government for a little while. I knew that Rick Scott was a senator, but I don't really blame Hasan for not knowing that. That's really funny. Tim Pool trying to be like, Hasan, you stupid.
Defend the wealthy robbing you blind just as he'll defend Mike Johnson gutting Medicaid with lies, saying he's not independent, he's a bald partisan hack. But for now, we'll have to wait to see if more information comes in and how this plays out. And then we'll get to more news in just a moment. But, you know, has your dog's definition of fetch changed to you get it, I'll supervise?
Okay. I think that's all we got for Hasan. Oh god, this Trump shit about strategic crypto is really bad. Tim Pool had a mass shooter who was a fan of his. Was that the guy with the Nazi tattoos? Okay, so Chad, I guess we should go to the Hasan thing next, right? The Hasan channel thing. Hasanabi. I got canceled? Is that the one? 10 minutes ago?
What's up, everyone? If you're seeing this, that means I've probably been banned.
Oh my god.
That's right. Cancel culture has finally come for me. Oh my god.
Wait. Did he make this ahead of time?
It's over. It's over. The free speech warriors. Where are you now? They've taken me out, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. I'm done. A couple days ago, I had a conversation where I was responding to the Republican House of Representatives Speaker, and I said,
"Oh, it's more likely that Tim Pool Tim Pool probably doesn't know that Rick Scott was a governor. He probably and that's the context that Hasan's talking about. So the fraud that is alleged against Rick Scott was done many years ago, not recently. So he would have definitely been the governor." Let's take pre-recorded / watched. He did make it today. Thank you, Cater Gator.
Libs of TikTok, of course, posted about it. Here is what Libs of TikTok claimed I was saying. Hasan Piker just called for violence against a sitting U.S. senator. If you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott at FBI. This got 17,000 likes. This was on February 28th. Let's take a look at this clip really quickly.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay?
What is this? When Asmongold gets banned, he can bypass the ban by using one of the many dead rats under his gamer chair like a puppet? You mean he can get the rat an account and call it Asmon Rat? You know, I feel like if we're gonna call him Asbung Mold, we gotta question whether there's a connection between Asmongold and Curtis Yarvin. What is it? What is his name? Like Menacious Moldbug or something? Something like that.
You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party. Now, that seems like a wild thing to say. Oh my God. Is this person calling for the death of a U.S. senator? Of course not. I was not calling for the assassination of a U.S. senator. So I went back to figure out the context. Here it is. Let's take a look.
Are people who are covered by Medicaid now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
No, look, the White House has made a commitment. The president said over and over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid.
Okay, no, it's weird enough to hear Donald Trump saying that bullshit, because I think he knows it's not true. But this is MAGA Mike Johnson, who just passed a budget ensuring they will cut Medicaid.
We've made the same commitment. Now, that said, what we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. Couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. No.
That fraud is not coming from individuals. It's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he to this day is still known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history. They want to cut SNAP. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to cut the funding of Medicaid. They want to make it harder for people to receive Medicaid. They don't want to actually go after medical providers or the insurance companies or the nursing homes that are lining their pockets with major donations. Those are the people who...
Did he get a new camera? My understanding is that he got a, the room... I don't know. I mean, like at some point, yeah, he did change his camera. So if you're talking about Mencius, it's Mencius Moldbug. I thought it was Mendacious. Yeah, I keep on mispronouncing whatever the fuck that his weird blogger name is. His nom de plume. I just hate that he wrote a essay called The Butterfly Revolution. If there's going to be any butterfly revolution, chat, I better goddamn be leading it, okay? I called it.
Who actually engage in the fraud. It's not your...
But yeah, he's definitely changed his camera fairly recently. Then he went to Japan and they changed the arrangement of his room. It was a little off for a while, and I think they fixed the lighting or... maybe the camera settings.
Your uncle that's like lying about their condition and stealing money from the government by, you know, going to the doctor or whatever. Okay, so obviously I shouldn't have used hyperbolic language, and there's definitely some ownership that I must take. Some apologies there.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't smart, but at the same time, that wasn't a call to action, and that wasn't a threat.
Should not have said Mike Johnson should kill Rick Scott. I should have simply said Mike Johnson should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the, you know, maximum punishment, whatever.
Or maybe, here's my idea, chat. All right, go with me. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. He should force Rick Scott to get an app where they are each other's accountability partners. And this app shows Rick Scott if ever MAGA Mike Johnson is looking at porn, right? It notifies Rick Scott. If ever Rick Scott is looking at porn, then it notifies MAGA Mike Johnson, and they become accountability. I think that would be a good punishment, don't you think? His response sucked ass. Whose response, Vadim?
That would be for defrauding.
But yeah, look, I mean, like, again, smart, best practices, don't say, don't say unalived, right? Just don't say it. There's not a lot of upside. Not a lot of upside to that one. Best practices, don't say that, right? Now, that being said, yeah, no, there was no real bannable offense that went on here. What happened is we got a massive brigade. And Hasan should also know that when he's under, and he knows he's under this massive brigade, he knows that there's people out there like gunning for him. Yeah, he probably should have known better, but he acknowledged that.
Medicare and Medicaid for over $1.7 billion. Now let's talk about the things that he did in this process, because Rick Scott co-founded the Columbia Hospital Corporation, which later merged to a corporation known as Columbia/HCA, which eventually became the nation's largest for-profit healthcare company. Rick Scott, who of course...
Oh, that picture is crispy? Well, there may be a reason for that, Narwhal. So this is something that we really haven't seen a lot of. This is a Hasan Piker prepared content video. It's very similar looking to his streams. And, it doesn't seem like they've really scaled up the production. But, when you're doing that sort of thing, you can use, for instance, you could probably use cameras. I don't know exactly how it works, chat, because I don't have a good camera. Maybe Vadim could help us out with this. As far as like good cameras, my understanding is when you record to a SDI card, you're going to get a better picture than you would going through an HDMI. Is that right?
Of course, also looks like Voldemort did a lot of things. The company defrauded Medicare.
Oh, the trash taste guy's response. That's what yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Medicaid, and other federal programs. The U.S. Department of Justice won 14 felony convictions against the company, which was fined $1.7 billion.
Wow, we got a lot of Vine booms on this.
In what was at the
Anybody know who the editor is? Is this Austinox? Is this Comrade Lamb?
time, the largest healthcare fraud settlement in United States history.
HCA was defrauding the government.
HCA admitted to things like submitting inflated bills and exaggerating diagnoses.
So he did this, what, before he was governor then, right? Rick Scott did this as a CEO. Depending on what HDMI output is, HDMI has multiple output modes. It is Austinox. I love Austinox. I want to meet Austinox.
To increase Medicare
Austinox is my hero.
According to federal investigators, the hospital company systematically defrauded Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal healthcare programs while paying kickbacks to its physicians. Scott, of course, denied any wrongdoing.
Scott pled the fifth 75 times to avoid jail.
And look at this. This was the commercial against him. This was the attack ad on him, right? He still won.
For Medicare.
This is why Florida sucks.
He didn't go to jail over this. He didn't even get any punishments over this. And Scott's resignation certainly was fantastic. For his pockets, he walked away with $10 million in severance pay, a 5-year consulting contract, and $300 million.
Okay, Austinox is being a little cheeky here. Austinox is doing a little bit of a... You know what I'm saying, chat? Like the number of Vine booms that we got here, the frequency... Austinox is trolling us a little bit.
Dollars in stock and options. He is now the wealthiest.
Yeah, Iraq. It's not a VOD. It's not a VOD. It is a video. It is a prepared content video. But it is rare. You're right. This is a rare Hasan.
Member of the United States Senate.
What I'm looking for though, more is rare. I want to get some rare Kayas.
Scott also in the past apologized, took ownership seemingly over his actions. But since then, in his endless interest in gutting all of the social safety.
Oh, geez, chat. I gotta warn you, there's like, we got less than 21 minutes left. If anybody wants to see me jump on the trampoline. All right, I got the trampoline right here. I can make it happen, but we are running out of time. We got 2 out of the 10 teal super chats that we need to make the trampoline a real thing. I don't know. This could be hard to try to get that. We are at 34%. That is fully over 1/3 of the way towards the dono goal. So I mean that might happen, but we're getting into crunch time. If anybody is a trampoline fan.
American poor suffer more. Rick Scott has actually seemingly turned around and thinks that this was political prosecution, pure political prosecution against him.
No, I'm fed up. I watched what happened to me and my company. I've watched what's happened. I've talked to business people over the years, what's happened to them when you have political persecution.
What I was simply trying to say is,
we got the rare earth Kayas, yeah. We got the raw earth, chat. We're digging up the raw earth.
Sanchi super chatted $5. Someone mentioned Kaya.
Wait a minute. Do you all know about this? I can't remember what. Does anybody remember? There's a town. Is it in like Vermont?
Narwhal _ by super chatted $5. Crunch. Much.
As in or munch. Chat, I had some crunchy sushi today. I made sushi rolls with romaine lettuce, and it was extra crunchy. You should do more vids like this if it's well edited. I mean, look, like there's a skill to streaming. There's a skill to, and also thank you Izzy and thank you Narwhal by Nature. We're up to 4 out of 10. I don't know. I guess it could happen. Yeah, I figured you meant munch. I could read between the letters. But yeah, I mean, like generally people are good at one or the other. You know, and it's a skill. It's a skill. The more you do it, the better you get. I've never really thought of Hasan as like a video essayist or anything like that. But hey, you know, anything's worth a try. And he's definitely got a team with him, right? It's not like he's going to have to edit the videos himself like Ethan Klein and look like a cringe lord.
Republicans don't care about the actual fraud that takes place in terms of...
Yeah, Narwhal by Nature. I stream too much to do scripted videos, so I'm sure he does too. I don't know, chat.
Entitlements programs in terms of government expenditure. Because if they did, they obviously...
Oh, he started doing video essays for TYT. Wait, what was that called again? The Breakdown, right? Was it The Breakdown?
Would punish Rick Scott. Rick Scott would not be a prominent fixture of the Republican Party. Rick Scott, who was elected as the governor of Florida after he committed the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history at the time.
$73 million. That's the amount that we know about so far that Scott and the Republican Party spent on TV advertising.
Rick Scott, who then went on to become the Florida senator.
On Sunday, a manual
Agitprop? Well, I mean, that one was, the Breakdown? Yeah, Agitprop. What was Agitprop like?
or recount confirmed Republican Governor Rick Scott.
Oh, TYT videos on Facebook. Yeah, you're right, sweetheart's cat.
Victory over the incumbent Democrat Bill Nelson.
Once again, after doing insane amounts of Medicare fraud.
Elon Musk posted on X his support for Florida Senator Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader.
This was simply the point. But of course, Republicans want to avoid this point. Asmongold, for those of you who don't know, is a right-wing political commentator. He does have some centrist opinions every now and then. I believe he himself actually is a big advocate for healthcare, likes Bernie Sanders, but spends most of his time simply sitting around and reacting to Donald Trump.
Nobody ever inquired about that, John, and they should have. They should have. This mysterious chicken chef that Ethan Klein has hypothesized, right? It could be Ostenox. It could be Comrade Lamb. It could be his editor.
Trump, he is now officially, by my estimations, a larger right-wing political commentator than even the likes of Ben Shapiro. Very successful in this field. His videos reacting to Donald Trump get millions of views, more so than the Daily Wire could ever dream of. Asmongold also is the largest political content creator on Twitch in general. He's the largest political streamer now. He's double my size. He's always been double my size, but he's now double my size when it comes to political commentary as well. So let's see what the largest free speech defender had to say. He actually...
Oh, yo, play something. You're right. It wouldn't be Ostenox. That's right. So chat, if you don't know what play something is referring to, it's the fact that Ostenox has done numerous videos trying to argue that Hasan should go vegan. Because Ostenox, I believe, is a vegan. Calm Shield, thank you for the resubscribe. Enjoy 10 subs. I hope you hope you live long and prosper. Oh, thank you. That's really sweet of you.
In a YouTube video called, "What the fuck is Twitch doing?" The YouTube video is from 2 days ago with 1 million views. The first 13 minutes of it is just reacting to the latest Ethan Klein video, who is falsely smearing me as someone who doesn't care about Israeli civilians or whatever, which is obviously incorrect. But
Kaya making what is Just Chicken? Is Just Chicken a like a vegan version of chicken? Like a vegan chicken?
We'll get to that perhaps down the line. He packaged that up with the libs of TikTok.
Maybe that's Ostenox Angle. Yo! That's Ostenox Angle. He's making some kind of like a fake meat chicken, maybe. And he's gonna trick Hasan into going vegan. It's gonna be delicious. Hasan's not gonna know that it's not chicken, but it'll secretly be jackfruit.
Video to call for my banning.
Let me see if I can find it here. Like I do, as I said, I do try to maintain a degree of neutrality with a lot of this stuff. And I try not to go too like super hard on it. I'll link you guys the video real quick before I get into it. And
he's linking the Ethan Klein video to his audience because, you know, to show support.
Yeah, there's the video. It's the Ethan video.
Perhaps this is the reason why Ethan Klein doesn't talk about Asmongold and his apologia for certain regimes of the past. You know, Ethan, who really cares about anti-Semitism, of course. That's why he constantly comes after me, someone he knows has a long track record alongside him at times, attacking anti-Semites and explaining to people what famous dog whistles are and things of that nature. But
oh, he always says Just Chicken. Yeah, that's his way. So if you don't know, bodybuilders, weightlifters, dudes that want to get sick gains, a lot of times they'll eat a very plain very plainly prepared chicken. So no barbecue sauce, not fried, you know, it's just it's like a very just chicken kind of describe. I've lived with a number of these guys before, right? So I know about this. There was one guy that I lived with that would do all of his meal prep like on Sunday night. So he would I would have to get the fuck out of the kitchen so he could take it over and prepare I don't know, it must have been 20 chickens or something. Yeah, I think it was 21. I think he made 21 chicken breasts or something like that. That was one for each meal so he could get his gains. But yeah, they don't cook it with anything, right? Because if you put anything that containing a sauce containing sugar or a fried breading kind of thing, then it makes the chicken not as healthy. They want it to be just protein.
That'll be for a different day.
People are so ideologically captured, it's sad. I think a lot of people are. I saw this the other day, actually this morning. Where is it here? Here we go.
Asmongold, you are not one to talk about ideological capture, my friend.
Hey, Dan Clancy.
They put sauce all over that? Are you sure, Calm Shield? I mean, there's probably some sauces that you could make you could make a spice blend, right? And that wouldn't add any, they generally just don't want to add calories to it, right? Although technically speaking, right, if somebody's bulking, then they do want to eat more overall calories, including carbohydrates. Not a lot of people know this. Only the smart lifters, and I don't know many of them. Most of the lifters I know employ bro science, but the smart lifters are aware of the fact that carbohydrates has a protein sparing effect, right? So protein that you would have otherwise broken down will be spared and possibly used for those sick gains.
See, time to wish Hasan another happy birthday song, you hack fuck. Anyone else will get permabanned on Twitch for this. This is beyond the pale. This is enticing your audience to kill a sitting senator. Don't people go to jail for this? This is not me enticing my audience to kill a...
But yeah, there's different philosophies when it comes to bodybuilding. Some people, what is it called? If it fits your macros. And that's a style where you're just like, look, I'm going to hit this many carbs, this much protein, and this much fat. And if you work ice cream into that diet where you're fitting your macros, then you work ice cream into that diet, right? You're not really caring about, like, is the food that I'm eating, terribly healthy. You're just trying to hit those, trying to hit those numbers. So I could see somebody like that, could play around with a teriyaki sauce or something like that. But, I don't know. Like, I've seen more often than not, they'll just add like rice to their plate if they're trying to throw in more carbs.
Sitting U.S. Senator. That is ridiculous. Everybody knows that is ridiculous. The people that are complaining about this know that is ridiculous. But I'm glad that I was able to show you the context, the full context of what I was talking about. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
That is crazy. That is nuts. And I've said before, there's a statute of limitations, but apparently this was yesterday. Yeah, this happened yesterday.
I mean, it is possible, Samurai.
Oh my God. How's that not against the TOS? It is. And it is an open call to violence.
What a jackass. Sourdough bread?
And I would challenge anybody who thinks that it's not an open call to violence to say that exact thing about Donald Trump, and then tell me if Secret Service shows up at your house or not. Really. It's very obviously a call to violence. And Twitch doesn't do anything? Well, I don't know if they've really seen it or anybody's reported it or anything like that.
I think Asmongold is...
That's Asmongold trying to low-key prompt his community to report it. I don't know if anybody's reported it. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe somebody needs to report it.
Covering this because he wants Twitch to see it. He's done this a couple times in the past couple of weeks. I understand. We are ideologically butting heads on Twitch. Asmongold and I disagree vehemently on a lot of issues.
Yeah, look, Asmongold, I'm sorry, but you are a coward. You're afraid to debate Hasan because you don't know shit. And you would wilt away like lettuce on a grill if you were to face Hasan on the battlefield of logic and reason. And so it's easier for you to get him banned, so you don't have to be reminded that you are a pathetic coward. Pathetic coward who doesn't know shit about what he's talking about. And you're just like watching Trump videos and you're like, based. Bait. That's all you're fucking doing. You're so fucking worthless, Asmongold. I swear to God.
History of Nazi Germany, down to the fact that immigrants are not actually contributing to the American crime rates in the way that the Republican administration presents it. They're not destroying our culture.
Yeah, that's right, Bivon. No interest whatsoever in what Scott actually did.
In the way that Asmongold approaches the subject matter. There's plenty of disagreements there, and I think that he's doing this to...
Is this how your parasocial daddy got banned? We don't know for sure. I would guess some mix between Asmongold's community and maybe Destiny's, the Destiny hangers on, the DDGers on Twitch.
Deliberately, I will say, in an effort to, shit stir a little bit and try to get me banned, which worked.
The clip's too short. Maybe it's out of context. I hope so. I definitely do. Hopefully it's out of context. How are you gonna...
Now, once he said this, does Asmongold go back and seek out the context?
Yeah, I mean, like, you got the clip right there, buddy. You could watch more of the clip. You literally pause the clip. He's not worried about context, chat. He doesn't care about context. He's just like, giving himself wiggle room. There are potatoes and parsnips. That's that are great starch vegetables. I mean, parsnips, there's not a lot of carbs in that. It's still about like a carrot.
No, he doesn't. Instead, he follows through. Basically,
my favorite Sweetheart's cat is purple potatoes and purple sweet potatoes. I love those. I actually eat a lot of potato. You know one thing about a potato that nobody recognizes. Everybody always associates potatoes like, oh yeah, that's empty calories, and it's like, yeah, but for the amount of calories that's in a potato, it's actually one of the more filling foods that you can eat, right? As far as like the ratio of filling to, oh my God, we're at Steven Sayers with the super sticker of a lemon jazz parade, a lemon and lime jazz parade. The goal is 5 minutes away, chat. There is still a chance. We're at 4. We're at 5. Wait, why didn't I give you credit for that? Oh, it did.
Super chatted $20. Recently, when a woman was being arrested illegally at a town hall, there was a man across the aisle from her who differed from his neighbors by not ignoring her but by mocking her and finding joy in her suffering. That's Hasman.
Jeez, I didn't see that. I've seen a lot of the clips from town halls, but I didn't see that one yet. Yeah, we got to do another day of town halls, don't we, chat? Newsday Tuesday. That's tomorrow. How long is the ban? We don't know. I want to say it's 3 days. I feel like 3 days is, that's my guess. But, and I've heard people say that they think they know it's 3 days. I just haven't heard anybody confirm it. And maybe, Twitch hasn't said. So, but I would bank on 3 days. 3 days is a good, guesstimate. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the super chat. Recently, when a woman was being arrested illegally in a town hall, you're talking about the Idaho one. Yeah. There was a man across the aisle from her who differed from his neighbors by not ignoring her, but I don't know if I saw him. I think we watched, if this was the, what's it called? Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, I believe. Yo, for sure. Thank you for following. Also, mealy taters are better for gnocchi. Gnocchi. What is your non-streaming background? Yeah, I studied a lot of that stuff in undergrad. I'm kind of a biochem nerd. I'm kind of a nerd for biochem and anatomy and physiology and but yeah, unfortunately the pandemic disrupted my educational plans, chat. Sag.
As a Hasan is a radical who must be banned. It's a joke, Lamau, he responds to.
Would you tell that joke about Donald Trump?
I think people would tell way crazier jokes about Donald Trump. And people have told way crazier jokes about Donald Trump. My statement was hyperbolic.
Okay, let's compare this to something, okay, chat? Now, Destiny did receive a ban from Kick for this, but Destiny's statement over the summer at the rally where Trump got his ear pierced, right, was that he had no sadness for the man that caught the bullet and died instead of Trump. He had no sadness for that man. And if one of his one of his conservative chatters were to go to a Trump rally and have that happen to them, he would laugh at them. Right? And he actually did. I mean, this was Kick, but he did receive a ban, which is funny because Kick doesn't, there's so many people on Kick that do fucked up shit that's just like, is that even legal? Like, I mean, should this person be locked up, right? But Kick is just like, no, they can keep streaming. They're fine. Kick famously hands off when it comes to bans, but they did ban Destiny, actually.
That much is obviously clear. But the intention of it was not a call to violence directly against a sitting senator, but instead was to show the hypocrisy of the Republican Party in terms of how little they truly care about Medicare and Medicaid fraud, because that happens at the point of the provider and not necessarily in the point of the recipients. They want to cut Medicare and Medicaid for the recipients to the tune of $800 billion.
Yeah, comedy is illegal again, says Crotchy. Come on, Musk. What the hell? Rescue our boy Hasan. Yeah, that's right. You got to Bigfoot Twitch. You gotta do something where you threaten Twitch with I don't know, some ridiculous amount of money to get him to unban Hasan. Yeah, I didn't know Kick banned anyone. Yeah, usually not so much. There's very few people that have gotten banned on Kick.
And in order to justify that, they will do everything in their power to lie.
Ethan Klein said worse things on YouTube too. Yeah, we're going to get into that in a second.
And claim that it's actually your grandparents that are stealing from Medicare and not people like Rick Scott. Because people like Rick Scott either fund the Republican Party and oftentimes the Democratic Party as well, or they sometimes run for office as Republicans.
Rick Scott has won re-election to the United States Senate. Here are the numbers.
That's the point. Now,
Snow says Asman wanted Crazy Slick to die, went on a rant about wanting him unalived while streaming at Twitch. Clip is on Dexerto. Okay, so for those of you who don't know who Crazy Slick is, I gotta explain to you some Twitch stuff. If you're on YouTube, all right, you don't know who Miskiff is, you don't know who Crazy Slick is, you don't know who Maya and Mitch are, but there was a big controversy several years ago when Miskiff had a house party. Miskiff's roommate was named Crazy Slick. There was a girl, I believe, named Adriana who went to the party, got a little too drunk, passed out in a bed in the house, and Crazy Slick supposedly went in to take care of her, and some people say may have, touched her in an inappropriate way while she was passed out. Right, so that's what that's about. Being mad at this Crazy Slick guy is kind of understandable. But yeah, apparently Asman made a rant where he wished death on someone else. So kind of hypocritical.
The likes of Asmongold seek out further context. I think yes. I think when you have millions of people watching your videos, it would be nice to at least inform them of what the true content.
Musk is too busy trying to block Bill Burr from mocking him publicly. I need to find, I haven't seen this Bill Burr stuff. I heard about it though.
And now that this context exists, will Asmongold watch this video? Will he go back and say, hey, my bad? Maybe. I'll be honest. Perhaps he will do that. We shall see.
Donald Trump didn't commit Medicare fraud, but yes, if he did, then yes. Okay, so then no.
He then follows up with another tweet of mine. This isn't Hasan's only first foray into political violence. This was the weapon used to assassinate Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Archive link and reply to his now deleted post. Well, I didn't delete it. Twitter forced me to delete this.
But I'll tell you this, it's not the first time. This is the second time. No joke. Yes, neither of these, by the way, have resulted in any sort of action from Twitch at all. You're advocated for killing.
Mark, I'm kind of jealous. Teaching dance sounds like fun, and it is dancing is so awesome. But chemistry, biology, exceptionally hard courses.
Sorry for spam.
Sometimes even sometimes used as weed out courses. My undergrad used chemistry 101, I think it was. It was their weed out course, and they were literally trying to scare us away from doing anything in STEM or medicine.
Yeah, but here's the difference, right?
They only had so many spots in the upper division courses, so they went hard on I think it was 101. I think, there was intro to chemistry, and then there was 101, and 101 was really, really hard. 102 was... Yeah, 102 was actually kind of a step back.
When did my Reddit advocate for killing people? When did this happen? And also, when did I advocate for it?
He also then...
Or Gen Chem? Maybe it wasn't 101.
Further push the narrative that I am a radical...
I knew 101 was intro.
A scary radical who advocates for violence. He shows this tweet, briefly, my old tweet that Twitter actually forced me to ban, which is a tweet where I quote...
He was forced to delete. Delete us, tweet us.
Retweeted sitting U.S. Senator Tom Cotton, who was advocating to kill peaceful pro-Palestinian demonstrators all the way from April 16th, 2024, almost an entire year ago, where I famously, quote, retweeted the doohickey, or I guess a meme of a doohickey that was responsible for the assassination of Shinzo Abe. Now,
doesn't this gun also doesn't it exist in one of the Fallouts?
This wasn't serious. I fib. I did this in response to a...
I was going for something a little higher than a master's mark gold, but yeah, it did completely crash my plans, well into a pretty serious degree.
Sitting U.S. senator who had previously in the New York Times written about executing Black Lives Matter.
A degree which would have changed my honorific.
Protesters by using the military. And this time around, April 15th, was encouraging people. I'm going to read you his words. Senator Tom Cotton said this: I encourage people who get stuck behind the pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic. Take matters into your own hands to get them out of the way. It's time to put an end to this nonsense. This was, of course, a direct call to violence from a sitting senator, a direct call to violence against peaceful protesters engaging in an act of civil disobedience.
If something like this happened in Arkansas on a bridge there, let's just say I think there'd be a lot of very wet criminals that have been tossed overboard, not by law enforcement, but by the people whose road they're blocking.
So he then doubled down on it and said, we do things differently around these parts. I mean, he's advocating for a direct call for violence. I jokingly quote.
Yeah. So which is worse? Which is worse? A streamer joking that the Republicans should commit violence against one of their own since they say they're against Medicaid fraud, or a actual sitting member of the government literally advocating violence against protesters, advocating that people, quash the right to free speech with violence, with murder.
You retweeted that statement with the doohickey. But of course, that was apparently a bridge too far as well for Asmongold. I'm sorry. I've offended Asmongold's sensibilities. Of course, no comments on Tom Cotton, a
no comment.
US senator actively urging his constituents to go out and kill peaceful demonstrators who are, dare I say, peacefully demonstrating against a genocide. Well, make no mistake, it's most likely that Asmongold is simply responding to the things that he sees in his chat. Having said that, I wanted you guys to see the full context of the story. I was obviously not asking for people to kill Rick Scott. I think that would be ridiculous. I think that justice should be served, however, and justice has not been served against Rick Scott.
Ooh, let me check the volume.
Ever gets served against rich people who exploit others, against rich people who defraud the federal government. You get a $10 million care package.
Is that better?
$100 million in stock options for defrauding poor people that absolutely need this medical care. And then Republicans will turn around and act like the real fraud is happening at the point of the recipients and not the point of the providers.
There's about $50 billion.
Yeah, biochem is like one of my favorite subjects. I thought I was going to like organic chem, and I didn't. Nobody likes organic chem, but I got through it. But I really, like, it took me a while, but I ended up really liking biochem.
Estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid.
I think I love that I don't have to I don't have to write in all the carbons and hydrogens. It's just assumed, right? It's like, that if there's a right, you know that there's a carbon on this chain. You know that any unfilled bonds are going to be taken up by hydrogen unless we write differently, unless we put a little Cl in there or something. We spice it up with some halogens.
In fraud alone. No one's for that. We've got to make sure we eliminate it. We have the algorithms now to do that. We have advanced technology to find it.
Thank God for Speaker Johnson.
My mic is higher than the volume. I think it's a Austin Ox problem.
That is my anger. That is my frustration. And every single person, not Asmongold, but every single Republican operative online, from Tim Pool to Libs of TikTok to many others.
Oh, biochem, organic chem, what's the difference? Well, like, the names of the compounds are different. Like, organic chem operates by something called IUPAC, which is like what the International Union of Applied and Pure Chemists or something like that. And those, once you get to know, I mean, they're weird. They're, if you ever look at the back of a bottle of shampoo and you see, like, a name of a chemical with a number in the smack in the middle of it, like something dash 6 NL or something like that. That's a biochem name. And or sorry, that's an organic chemistry. That's a IUPAC name. Let me take a look at my mic and just see, is it like crazy loud or something? It is a little bit loud. It's a little bit loud. Testing. Yeah, it's loud. When did that happen? Testing. That's still loud. Testing. Okay. Testing. Okay, I think, are we good there? It's about in the middle.
Know that that is the reality, but they also want you to be distracted. They don't want you to realize that this is what the Republicans are doing. So I urge all liberals, progressives, or even people who are worried about.
But yeah, generally you take organic chem before you take biochem, because there's some concepts in organic chem that are very important.
Their grandparents or their parents losing their health care.
Wait, did I say that backwards? It's organic chem first, then biochem. Yeah.
Who might be worried about their children no longer being able to receive Medicaid, to focus on who the vectors of harm truly are, what they're actually doing, instead of constantly engaging in petty squabbles. I shouldn't have used the term kill. I should have used either the term capital punishment or just punishment in general. But once again,
it's funny that he could have said capital punishment, which basically means the same thing, and probably not have gotten banned.
I've let you down. I've used hyperbolic language, and that hyperbolic language has brought trouble.
Yeah, that's literally what got him banned, Calm Shield. That's literally what he got banned for. And like to anybody who watches that, it's very clear. It's not a call to action. He's not saying my audience should do this. It's not he's not actually saying even the Republicans should do this. It's a conditional statement. If what they care about is Medicare fraud, then the person of concern should be Rick Scott, who is one of them. That's the whole point of what he was saying. It's not a threat. He's not saying that he's going to do something bad to Rick Scott. It's not a call to action. He's not asking his audience to do something bad to Rick Scott. He's saying if like the criteria for, bad person is somebody who commits Medicare or Medicaid fraud, then Rick Scott fits that to a T.
My way as one of the largest progressive leftist political content creators online in what feels like is a sea of reactionary sentiment. I am promising you that I will try to use more deliberate and more careful language going forward.
I gotta say, Vosh, Destiny, Demon Mama, right? Out of any of these debate streamers, out of any of these political streamers, I feel like Hasan's not bad at prepared content. If anybody's ever seen Vosh's prepared content, or Demon Mamas, oh my god, I don't want to, I don't want to say shit about somebody who's not streaming anymore, but there's a reason she was a streamer, chat. There's a reason that she was a streamer.
Having said that, of course, in an 8 to 10 hour broadcast, when I'm constantly in a contention.
Dane Vare says if he had said in Minecraft, I don't know. Because there is something about the word that he used that, is going to get people's attention. And as silly as it is to say unalive, when it means the same thing, it's like, yeah, chat, I got very complicated. Like my channel got big. Does everybody know the story? Like when my channel got monetized, it was basically, this is what was going on. This is what made me get monetized faster than I otherwise would have, right? I was somehow positioned, without really realizing it, smack dab in the middle of Demon Mama and Destiny when their fight blew up. I knew Demon Mama. I had talked to Demon Mama before. There was a controversy where Demon Mama, you know, kind of implied that the Scrub King, this other streamer that nobody remembers, was an incel, and all of the bros got mad as hell at Demon Mama to the point where Dylan Burns had to come in. He was a friend of hers, and for her own good, he had to go off on her to convince his community that, okay, she's had enough. Dylan came in and he smacked her down. You know, she's not going to do that again, right? But Destiny is on like this, you know, crusade against Demon Mama at the time. So I end up talking to Scrub King and to a person that I no longer associate with anymore, named Merrick, for various reasons, named Merrick DeVille. And Merrick knows Destiny. So Destiny sees Merrick talking to me and the Scrub King, and he wants in on it. And I'm just kind of like, Merrick's like, hey, Destiny wants to come on. Will you let him in? And I'm just like, you know, I didn't really know that much about Destiny at the time. I was on Demon Mama's side of the Destiny Demon Mama thing, but I was no fan, you know, like I wasn't, you know, Demon Mama and I were never like close friends or anything. We knew each other. She kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but you know, here's what I will say about her. And here's what I said to Destiny. She's not any worse than any of these other debate lords out there. All right. She's, you know, up her own ass in 17 different ways to Sunday, but that's true of Vosh, that's true of Destiny, that's true of almost every person in the debate space. So I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, like, she's not my favorite person, but how is she any worse than any of these other people? Destiny was on there calling her subhuman and stuff. Like, right, he thought he'd found the best insult to call people subhuman, because it's like, it doesn't refer to their race, their gender, their this, their that, you know, so therefore it's an okay insult to use. And I'm like, well, you know, it kind of has a history, Destiny. I had to try to nicely explain to Destiny that this was a word that the Nazis used, and that while I understood him getting angry at people, that really Demon Mama is, you can't make an argument that she's worse than like other debate folk out there. But anyway, that's why I have, you know, because like, as much as, you know, Demon Mama and I have butted heads a lot, you know, she hated my guts. I was pretty mad at her when she fucking fist bumped my stalker. That wasn't great. Like, that's a great way to own a no comment chick, is be like, hey, what's up? Welcome to the communities. Irene Stalker, like, great. But yeah, overall, I don't think that she deserved what she got, some of the negative attention that she got from people like Destiny. And so, you know, I defended her on that.
Just battle with members of the chat, because there's always free flow conversation and a lot of back and forth going on in the community.
There's Kaya. Did you see Kaya's tail?
Probably
there it goes.
Moments that are clippable, but I will try to minimize them to the best of my ability. On that note, I love you all, and I will see you when I'm unbanned.
See you on the flip side, Hasan. Hopefully you will be unbanned soon. I still haven't heard from anybody speaking with authority, and the authority means, like, you know, give me a source. Give me an official Twitch source that says his ban is 3 days, his ban is 24 hours, his ban is 7 days, his ban is 14 days, right? I still haven't heard, like, for sure. I am guessing, yeah, that's a fluffy tail, isn't it? It's a very fluffy, very healthy tail there for Kaya. Okay, so Hasan, I told you I'd talk to you a little bit. What time is it? Ooh, god damn it. We gotta get going. Chad, I'm supposed to talk to you about moving. About the fact that I'm moving and all that stuff. We got Trash Taste. Okay, we'll do Ethan next. How about that? So the first thing I want to show you, so yeah, he's got his stream today, you know, he's feeling pretty good. He's like, Saturday in the park, I think it was the 4th of July. He was really, you know, he was happy. He was feeling himself today. And War Room Hassan's ban. Where is Andrew Tate is back?
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Dogface, Kaya.
Oh, Dogface.
We love Kaya. Dogface.
Dogface. Yes, we love Kaya. Kaya is just like the fluffiest. Ethan gloating. Yeah, I think so too. It's pretty gross. But thank you, Izzy Sanchez. Thank you for the super chat. We're up to 80%. So what I want to do here, I'm going to, like, I just want to, he talks about no other land. And I want to show you that first. Oh, there it is. Talking about no other land.
And a Palestinian or Arab, I don't know, the other guy.
Let's rewind it.
Story of,
I guess Basel.
Huh?
Basel, probably.
Document was made. Family, friends, a film. So I
Booker, you know, he's a proud Jew. He's a good guy.
He's Booker.
The good news is that I can never affect him because he's just going to keep smiling.
That's true.
I mean, he's mishpacha, you know? He's a proud Jew. He's a good guy.
He's mishpacha.
Also big.
Wait, I'm hearing that Kaya's birthday is in 2 days. Is that right?
Thing is that a film. So I don't know much about this film. No Other Land. Was it about a film following the life of Palestinian activist Basil Adra, his family, friends, and neighbors living in Masafer Yatta, a region in the West Bank, as they're continually displaced and attacked by Israeli settlers and the IDF. This documentary was made in collaboration with an Israeli activist, Yuval Abraham, who.
Where did Gala come from? I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate. Like, I've got some ideas just from, people. I mean, Gala literally, okay, so country-wise, where did Gala come from? Ukraine. Or Galia? Galia, I'm sorry, I'm saying her name wrong. Galia, yeah, you're right, it's Galia. Benjamin Santiago stuff says. But as far as communities, I've got some... Oh, apparently she was a mod in Dee's community. Okay, so that part's confirmed, which is funny because, like, there's another community that's adjacent to Destiny's community that is a lot more, kind of focused on Ukraine. Some of you may have known this person. I've had dealings with him in the past, so I don't exactly want to bring his name up, but and also I don't know for sure that she was part of his community, but she does seem to travel in the same circles as some of the people that were connected to our intrepid journalist.
Joined Basil on stage.
I guess Basel.
Huh?
Basel, probably.
Basel.
That sounds.
So anyway, it's just this really inspiring story of a joint venture between an Israeli and a
So we're not sure that she was a D community mod.
Palestinian or Arab. I don't know. The other guy. Are they Arab or Palestinian? I don't know. Which
he is Palestinian.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Palestinian.
They partnered up to make a film that really affected people. And although I can't show you this speech, which is insane because it gets blocked worldwide. And again, this is the Academy Awards. Do you not want your like award ceremony to be relevant at all? Why would you block? Also, something like that's like wholesome and good.
Yeah, I agree.
That's not cool.
Okay, so he's defending the movie.
We're at that part. Let people watch it.
But watch what he focuses on, because I think this is kind of weird.
Psychotic.
Yeah.
Anywho. They went on stage, the Israeli guy, during the acceptance speech. I don't know if did Yuval, or wait, who's the Basil or Basel? Did he give a speech or was it just?
No, it was both of them.
They had just talked about, peace through unity and all this kinds of stuff, which is basically what I'm saying.
Mini Doctors asks the question of the night: how long is Hasan's ban? Look, I'm gonna guess 3 days, but I gotta admit I don't know. I'm not sure if anybody knows for sure. I don't know where the source would be. I would love to find a firm source of this is what it's gonna be. But just judging by past occurrences, I would guess 3 days. It could be 1 day. It could be 3 days. It could be 7 days. It could be 14 days. And it could be a month.
If anything, I should be getting that award.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay, well, fine. I'll take the mini version. But that's what I'm saying. And I don't know why everyone's got to treat me like a fucking. Anyway, let me see. I'll read.
Yeah, Norwegian with the definitive answer there.
So real quick, I've just looked on the back end. It was initially blocked, but now it just says copyright.
I don't want to copyright.
Okay.
Sounds like a claim.
Well, we have the full text of their speech right here.
So the Palestinian guy, Bassel, said, "Thank you to the Academy for the award. Such a big honor for the four of us and everybody who supported us for this documentary. About 2 months ago, I became a father, and my hope to my daughter is that she will not have to live the same life I am living now, always fearing violence, home demolition, forced displacement. Yet my community, Masafer Yatta, is facing every... Masafer Yatta... Wait, hold on. Forced displacement that my community... Oh, that's the name of the community. Masafer Yatta is facing every day. No other land reflects the harsh reality we have been enduring for decades and still resist as we call on the world to take serious action to stop the injustice and stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people." Yeah, it's a good statement, It's clean. It's good. It's not, it's like perfectly, perfectly stated. Good for him. Has anyone seen this film?
I saw it last week.
Where do you watch it?
So, go ahead, Ian.
I had to go to Alamo Drafthouse. It's kind of like an art house theater in LA.
Okay.
That was the only place that was showing the film.
I tried to I hadn't even heard of this movie, I'll admit. And then when I saw that they won, I was immediately curious. I'm like, I wonder where I can watch it on streaming. I'll watch it tonight. And it's not available in the United States at all, which this is kind of like part of the story is that they couldn't find distribute. This won the fucking Oscar. And you cannot.
Oh, that's wild. Peace through unity. Are you saying? Wait, was Ethan quoting this from the speech? Because he keeps on saying that. He keeps on saying peace through unity, and yeah, I don't think he agrees with a one-state solution. I don't think he agrees with enfranchising the Palestinian people and allowing them to travel freely. If not, I mean that's not even up to the. We haven't even mentioned right of return yet.
Not watch this movie. It's crazy. Crazy.
So you can only watch it at super niche art house?
It seems like it. So I discovered this morning that there are certain countries where it's available on streaming. And so with a little VPN action, I think you can get to it.
Which country?
Well, the link that I saw was actually Israel-Palestine. Like it's available there.
There you go.
And so somebody on our subreddit actually shared that link. So thank you. And yeah, when you click it, it's geo-blocked. It says you can only watch this if you're in Israel-Palestine. But if you use a VPN, I think you could get around that.
Well, hopefully they are planning on a larger release.
Well, now that it won the Oscar, presumably somebody's going to pick it up.
That's the whole point of this movie, right? To be,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The Israeli guy Yuval said this: "We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken, and the crime of October 7th must be freed. When I look at Bassel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Bassel is under military law that destroys lives, and he cannot control. There's a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. And I have to say, as I am here, the foreign policy in this country is helping to block this path. Why? Can't you see that we are intertwined, that my people can be truly safe if Bassel's people are truly free and safe. There is there is another way.
Something that Ethan often harps on is that Palestinian Israelis, you know, if you live in Israel proper, are afforded the same rights as any other Israeli citizens. And while it's true that there are a certain number of people who have citizenship, the idea that they're living in an equal state, when it's codified in the Constitution, you know, the mission statement of Israel is specifically stated as an ethno-state. And you know, there's streets that you can't walk down if you're Palestinians, right? It's fucking ridiculous.
It's not too late for life for living. What's interesting about this is, first of all, beautifully stated. Obviously, I agree with everything he said. I'm pretty sure he's saying two-state here when he says with national rights for both of our people. It seems to me like he's talking about a two-state.
What makes you think that, Ethan? Where in national rights for both of our people do you see a two-state solution?
Situation there.
I don't know enough about his politics.
He wasn't
possibly.
clear.
And look, at this point, like as Benjamin Netanyahu himself has says, we have a default one-state solution. It's just, you know, an apartheid state.
I don't want to put
it's
words
kind
in
of
his mouth.
ambiguous.
Like Palestinians are not allowed any sort of autonomy.
There's some
in
people
that
debating, yeah. But I mean, the message is right on, right? And people go, I have never heard Ethan say that Palestinians have less rights than Israelis, and I think that you're a loser, because I've clearly stated many times that in the West Bank and in Gaza, they're living in apartheid-like conditions under military law. I think Palestinians who live in Israel proper are, have the same rights as Israelis there. But if you want to talk about Palestinians who are living in
That's just not true.
the occupied territories, then of course they don't have equal rights. It's not something I've ever denied. But it's good to see. I'm glad to see that Palestinians and Israelis working together is on stage getting like mainstream coverage.
So you see what his takeaway of that movie is? Palestinians and Israelis working together.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that it won is hopefully a good sign that it will finally be able to find a distributor in the United States. I guess, you know, it, like you said, with like Alamo is kind of like an art house theater, so maybe they made some special deal for like limited screenings or whatever. But it'd be great if it got on like Netflix or something like that, so people could actually check it out.
It's crazy. There must have been like
Look,
very little. Sounds like almost nobody's seen the film.
With it, so like, look, within the concept of allyship, there's this idea that you don't, if you're part of a group that is benefiting from the oppression of another group, you don't, the whole allyship is kind of, is kind of weak. It's kind of a cop-out, right? What you really need to be is an accomplice. And I think that, you know, working on a project like this is an example of that. However, the way that Ethan's trying to center this, Israeli that was part of the, part of the team, it's a little gross to me. It's a little gross to me, because you don't come in there and make yourself an accomplice in helping fight against oppression, and then be like, look at how great I am. I'm giving all this stuff to you. You couldn't have done it with it. You're like, right, that's just not
even though
and that's not what the person's doing, but it's almost like the way that Ethan is talking about this, it's kind of like a savior motif.
it does not have a distributor.
Like an Israeli savior.
The highest grossing documentary nominated. So it is still.
Oh, interesting.
Was
was it? Does it have a distributor in Europe?
I believe it's the U.S. It is struggling to find distribution. I believe.
Was your theater packed?
It was pretty full. Yeah.
Okay, so people are showing up.
Yeah.
Well, you saw it last week, I assume.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people wanting to check out all the Oscar contenders.
How was it? Did you say?
Oh, it was fantastic. If people get an opportunity to see it, definitely do that. It's a very haunting movie, very powerful movie. So, yeah, definitely watch if you get the chance.
And it's, from what I understand, it's like kind of meta in the sense that it's kind of about the relationship between the two directors, right?
There's a narrative within it about how Yuval, I believe, the Israeli filmmaker, at the end of the filming day, he's like, "All right, I'm going home now," and the people in Palestine, in the West Bank, are very much like, "We can't follow you. We are here, and we cannot freely move the way you can." And it has a dynamic at play that they kind of explore. So, yeah.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, really good.
One thing I will mention that I noticed is that when I seen Hasan talking about it, zero mention of the Israeli
Okay, so to answer your question, Vadim, yes, he is aware. I think he's aware of Hasan's content.
partner. And when he I'm not saying I don't know what happened, but he interviewed the Palestinian guy, and the Israeli wasn't on the call. They raised a bunch of money.
What was that call? They were there in person.
They were there where in person?
At Hasan's house.
So the Palestinian director showed up at his house?
Correct.
Anyone else was with him?
There were. To be frank, I haven't watched it. I just saw that he had him on.
Well, chat, we've got that. That is one of the options for bonus content tonight. I should probably check on that for you. More Ethan Seething at 41%. That is the stream from the other day that we never really finished watching. We got No Other Land Interview in second place at 27%. We've got Professor Dave taking on Sabine Hasan Felder at 18% in third place. We've got How the Gerontocracy Took Over in fourth place. So if you want to affect that, like you can vote, like 165 of you already have. You can vote for which of these you want for your bonus content. We may very well get bonus content. I'm looking at the the dono goal is up to 80%. 80% on the dono goal, so we're only 20% away. If you want to affect the outcome, there's two ways you can do that. One is vote. If you haven't already voted, why the heck haven't you voted? You know, make your voice heard. If you're on Twitch, feel free to sneak over here to YouTube for just a second, just long enough to vote, and leave a like, because that helps out the channel a lot, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate everybody who likes the stream. Have I said that enough? I've probably said that too much. Anyway, and the other way you can affect it is when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. I will be glad to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And, you know, I mean, it's fairly close tonight. I don't know. More Ethan Seething is kind of running away with it. It's 13 points ahead right now. But who knows? Anything could happen in between now and then. And,
the day before, so.
Yeah, there was a couple of guys in there. In the room.
It could be the Israeli guy was like, "Fuck Hasan, I'm not going there." But I doubt I think if he had a problem with Hasan, the other guy probably wouldn't have gone either. If they're like homies.
Yeah, I doubt it.
But yeah, I think Hasan. I think it's interesting how Hasan.
I love how he's just speculating on a piece of content he could just watch, or have his crew do some kind of research on. I mean, there's like, he's just like I don't think Hasan talked to the Israeli guy. It's like, okay, well, you know, there's a way to find out. Just straight up demented. The movie documents the obliteration of Gaza, and Ethan will see it and then somehow think his trip to Israel is fine. Yeah, he will. And the Israel he loves is not responsible for that. Yeah, he wants to see a you know, clear distinction between the Netanyahu government and the mission, as it were. Corn Pop for Prez. Good to see you. Thank you for the resubscribe with Prime.
just pretends like this wasn't made by half is made by an Israeli. Also, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter with the takes of like, I did not like the Israeli speech because I don't think we should compare October 7th to what happened in Gaza. It's like, shut the fuck up, you dumb, obnoxious loser. Holy shit. But anyway, on the whole, I think it's great, and I'm happy to see.
Vadim, Ethan needs to understand that assumptions make an ass out of you and me. Especially when the question that he's asking is easily discernible. It's easily findable, right? You got a whole team to do research for you. And you just assumed, yeah, you know, he probably didn't speak to the Israeli director.
See it, and I hope I get the chance to watch it soon, as well as all of you guys.
I wonder if that's going to affect Ethan's opinion of the Israeli director. Will he now call this person a capo?
But
I'll send you that link that I found this morning.
But yeah, I like to see it. I think the more the more that we can see like this working togetherness is very important.
Izzy Sanchez is voting for the gerontocracy.
Very important.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Good for them. In an interview with RogerEbert.com, the two filmmakers talked about their views on the political solution to the conflict. Abraham observes a troubling shift with Israeli society, noting a move towards right-wing ideology. I'll say, God damn it, I'm getting like, the hot wings are making me hiccup.
You ate like 20 hot wings, so.
Chad, I should probably explain this to you. There's a reason that the hot wings are giving him hiccups. So Ethan apparently has a colonoscopy scheduled for tomorrow. No, that's not me violating HIPAA. That's Ethan giving too much information on his show, right? He's got some kind of, and he was tasked to take Miralax in order to kind of clean himself out so that everything goes smoothly and that the results are not cloudy, but the results are clear, right? We want to have a clear view of what we're dealing with, right? And so Ethan has decided that eating hot wings, which he had planned to do, have a hot wing eating contest with, I think, was it White Claw Gabe? There's no reason to interrupt that. There's no reason to put that off, right? Go ahead, do the hot wings. Drink that. He has like 2 bottles of Gatorade infused with fucking Miralax. And he ate all the hot wings and he downed the Miralax. And yeah, of course, dude, you're gonna get some weird burps.
That's fair. It's Ethan's gut right now.
Aren't you supposed to not eat at all too? Yeah, for a lot of these things, I would think so.
No, I just
and some Pepto.
Just waiting for it to pass.
God, Roger Ebert, is he even alive anymore? I guess so. One of them died, right? One of them died like in the early 2000s or something, or the 90s.
There's so much liquid in this.
Oh, he's still got to finish the yeah. Well, yeah, it's when you mix your Miralax with your Gatorade, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of liquid.
Wow, you got the whole variety pack back there.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Ethan, just like Israel, violated the ceasefire to his colon, lol SMH.
Yeah, he violated the ceasefire with his gastroenterologist or whoever he's seeing. Thank you for the super chat.
Jesus. And then slamming some more laxative too.
Wait,
Abraham emphasized.
Wait, they're both dead? Wait, what the fuck? They're both dead? Wait, then how was one of them giving wait, how was one of them giving a review? Did the other one die recently? Did I just miss that? Was this like a recent thing? Just had one in October. Yeah, you're not supposed to prepare for like 3 days. No food for 24 hours. That's what I thought. And the most atrocious drink. Yeah, he's got the Miralax. There's several different things that they can give you, but Miralax is no joke. Ebert is alive? Yeah, Siskel died. That's what I thought. Yeah, like 25 years. Yeah, like a million years ago.
Is the crucial role of the U.S. foreign policy in influencing change, suggesting that pressure from the United States could eventually lead to a shift in Israel public opinion. Yeah,
the website lives on.
The pressure's coming, baby. The pressure's coming, all right.
In the wrong direction, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It seems like Netanyahu is taking Trump's blank check support as a sign to not negotiate. It seems like he's more hesitant now. Although I'm confused because I read there was a ceasefire, an extended ceasefire agreement that Hamas didn't agree to. I don't know. You know. Adriel underscores the urgency of addressing these issues, expressing hope.
Anyway, so let's go to the Hasan tent since it's right here.
All right. So, Hasan, there we go. Enter the war zone with me. Welcome to the war zone, everyone. Thank you, Zach. We are here in the war zone. We need war zone. Okay, all right. Yeah, I was saying we need war zone music. All right, okay. Thank you.
That's Nate, not me.
Thank you, Nate. War zone. All right.
Oh, boy. Oh, jeez.
We're in the war zone.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Wasn't he calling it War Room before? Did he change that because he found out that Biden's got a show called War Room?
So anyway, Hasan was going to... Hasan got banned.
Temporarily. Suspended.
Well, do we know for how long?
I don't think we know.
Okay, listen, Nate.
I would usually Twitch either does 24 hours or like sometimes they do 3 days.
3 days, 7 days,
2 weeks, a month, permanent.
Yes.
Yeah, the ones I've seen are 24 hours, 3 days, a week, 14 days, or 28 days. I think, or maybe a month is one.
Tells me it's probably, I don't know. I would guess 3 days.
You know, I think
that's going to be.
Did I say Biden? Did I actually say Biden? Is that what I did, chat? God damn.
My guess.
They always do this. Probably a week, and then they're like, after 3 days, they reverse it because they're like, then they can do both. They can say, "Oh, we're banning him for a week," and then they can kind of walk it back.
They can play both sides.
I think that's what they're always Mike from PA when he made it. Okay. We're well into the segment.
Did he say?
Oh no, I don't mean. Isn't War Room just a term? I don't mean that he's gonna get sued by Bannon or anything like that. I just mean that like he might not want to be associated with it. But then again, he does. This is the guy that says "stand back and stand by." So.
Did you say it though?
Yeah, no, I said Warzone like many times. Well, we're well into the segment, Nate.
30 days says Cater Gator if you talk about hummus.
So we're good on the war zones.
I gave him explicit instructions to listen for your cue. So if you keep saying it, it's gonna keep happening.
I'm not even saying it, and he's still playing it.
That's true.
Wait, what aren't you saying?
It doesn't matter what I say, Zach. Whatever I say, he rolls the intro.
Well,
literally.
No, but you're implying it. You're implying it.
There's sort of an implied.
I'm having soup for dinner tonight.
That's okay. That one was a stretch.
How do you explain that?
That one was questionable.
Wait. I got
Soldiers eat soup and
wait, Nate, what's his toilet gonna be like tonight?
See, implied.
You know, this was meant to be a serious part of the show. You know. We don't do laugh.
Shout out to Yoko Ono, by the way. One of the greats.
Is she still on?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure what the joke is. It's a certain Would you call this anti-humor? Like, the joke is that you do something that's not funny over and over again until it becomes funny, I think is the idea. I mean, it's not working, but I think this is it's a variety of humor that it's kind of humor.
She's hanging in
One
there.
of the greats.
She's one of the greats.
Who is?
Yoko.
Oh, Yoko. Yeah, she's.
I feel like it's too old to be anti-humor, right? Anti-humor is like Tim and Eric kind of stuff, right? This is something. Yeah, Tim Heidecker is way better. I almost feel like I'm insulting Heidecker by calling it anti-humor.
She's still out there.
She's 92, dude.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. She must have been a lot older than him.
Well, Paul McCartney's 82, and I know John Lennon was a little bit older than him.
Oh, he was.
Than Paul McCartney, right?
I believe he was 40 when he died.
She's 7 years older than him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty significant. It's pretty.
That's refreshing.
It's a pretty big gap.
It would definitely be at home, Jessica, with Family Guy. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yoko?
Robbing the Cradle?
I mean, I think he
all right. So I talked about
Look, if we're going to talk about robbing the cradle, we got to mention that horrible Ringo Starr song where he's singing about a 16-year-old.
Clip. All right, Nate, come on. We're going to run out of time. We got to do this.
Yeah, it's 19 minutes to 4 o'clock when apparently we end the show, which is news to me.
Well, listen, let's get started regardless of when we end the show. Enough interruptions. I don't need you saying that, Nate, and I don't need any more.
Okay, so chat, I shouldn't have, I should have just fast forwarded it. I honestly should have fast forwarded it. Look, here's the deal. He's going to show Hasan's clip. I don't think they're going to censor it, right? Hasan in his video censored it. But I don't trust Ethan to censor it. So what I'm going to do instead is whenever we get to the point where he's about to say the word, I'm going to try to go forwards just so that I'm not as worried about YouTube getting mad about this as I am about Twitch.
War zones.
But just so that we have said it, all right? Hasan Piker's opinions are his own and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of myself, the streamer, nor of anyone in chat.
No, we're in the war zone. Zach, just keep.
You keep saying it, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what I say.
You gotta stop saying it, dude.
Saying what?
You're implying it. You're heavily implying it.
I said
You're baiting him, dude.
Soup for dinner.
That's bait. That's bait. That's
Zach,
bait.
just play music. Just, yeah. All right, we're good. We're good.
Is it Zach doing it or Nate?
Again, I don't control this. This is him.
I know that. I know. I'm just saying maybe if you play music, he'll...
But it sounds good over the music. That's the problem.
No, it doesn't. I don't think he's... Okay, enough! No more. Warzone.
So stupid.
This type of
comedy stylings of funny man Ethan Klein and the H3H3 crew.
Excellence would not be tolerated in any other production
that's true.
studio. Nate, I will write you up.
Oh no.
Oh damn.
Oh, not a
I will
write-up.
write you up right
To
here,
who?
right now.
Write up?
To his boss?
No. Well, no. You send him to HR. You do a write up, and then you have a paper trail if you end up firing them.
Right.
Which is luckily what I did with Elizabeth. Which is why her lawsuit is dumb and stupid and gonna get annihilated. I'm kidding, by the way, Nate.
Yeah, I know.
Just because with her it was serious, but with you it's just a joke.
But you never know.
It's true. That's why you do it. That's why you do the write-up. You just never know.
Well,
You know?
Nate constantly keeps saying he's shooting rope, so I don't know who to
That's
take
Yeah, that is
gross.
kind of inappropriate.
Yeah.
I'm just
Sexual.
working in the environment I see around me, you know?
What, shooting ropes?
It was
I
funny
see it
once.
around here. I'm just saying.
I shoot ropes. 'Cause I'm a bro.
What?
I shoot bro.
I'm shooting ropes.
All right, Tom Cotton.
Close enough.
What's funny is that Tom Cotton is like racist, right?
He is.
I think Cotton is like specifically a very racist last name.
It.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Right. Right.
It just invokes.
It invokes certain history. Yes.
Bad vibe, yeah.
Certainly. Bad vibe.
I just find it interesting. But anyway, regardless of how much this guy is a fucking weasel, I am against.
That's our word, Ethan. That's our word. Come on.
Violence against our. I'm against violence. I'm against political violence. So when Tom Cotton tweeted out something he didn't like, Hasan said he posted this gun, which is a replica of the one that was used to assassinate Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
Yeah. So there's no words in Hasan Abe's tweet. You have to interpret that as like, Tom Cotton should fall victim to a similar fate to. You'd have to interpret that as that, right? He could very easily be saying that what he's seeing from Tom Cotton is a call to action, is a call to violence, which it is, right? It's not just like, well, just because people are bad people doesn't mean that we can, incite violence against them. Tom Cotton, Ethan, you're missing it. Tom Cotton is the one inciting violence here.
Here's the schematics. An invitation, presumably, for one of his audience to go and kill Tom Cotton. But so nothing happened. He didn't get punished for that.
Well, that was on Twitter, which is just a free-for-all.
That's true. That was on Twitter. So it happened again on Twitch, where he is just loving.
It is 100% not a free-for-all if you are of the left persuasion.
He's just loving. He's just feeling himself. Here, take a listen.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in.
Okay, so chat, you know what this is. I'm going to fast forward when he starts to talk. You know what Hasan says here. We've already watched this part.
Fraud alone. Nope.
If you cared about Medicare, a prominent part of the Republican.
His point. He just really was like.
So I'm just skipping through that just so that we don't piss off the Twitch gods, since they seem to be angry right now.
If you don't like Medicaid fraud, then you have to arrest Rick Scott. Arrest Rick Scott.
Sure, right.
But like this.
Okay, so yeah, avoiding that word, it would have been good. It would have been smart. That being said, Hasan didn't do a call to action. He didn't ask his audience he didn't incite his audience. He didn't suggest that his audience should, do anything like that. And he wasn't, asking the Republican Party to do that either. You have to be so willfully ignorant to call this a call to action or a threat. It is neither.
This isn't even the first time, right? So like giving him any kind of grace is kind of out the window at this point. And I mean, considering that he is a fanboy for violent terrorism, it certainly fits the bill.
He's like, well, I can certainly see why a double standard would be well justified when we're dealing with a terrorist like Hamasabi. That's what bro is saying.
So yeah, I talked about this. I didn't expect anything to happen from it. But
you said you talked?
Yeah, exactly, Timaeus. Cotton was saying the public should unalive legal protesters, and yeah, they should. That's what I'm saying. He completely skips right over that. He acts like, well, Tom Cotton's a bad guy, probably a racist because of his name, but that doesn't mean that he's worthy, that you should say, video game this guy.
I think we showed this, didn't we?
No, we didn't.
Oh, we never did? Okay.
I don't think so.
So here it is. One more time, guys.
There's about $50 billion estimated.
Oh, here, someone said, here's the longer one for the context. That's good, because that's his thing. He always cries about context.
And again, we've already seen this.
Kill him, serving as the
care fraud and stuff, but I don't.
So you know why I'm going through this? Yeah. Wait, no, he said something about Medicare. So here's the question, right? Is Ethan going to give a fuck at all about what Hasan's talking about? Because Hasan is talking about a very real thing that's going on right now, where Medicaid is being Elon Musk and Doge and Trump are saying that Medicaid and Medicare are full of fraud, and so therefore these cuts that they're going to make after they said they weren't going to do any cuts are well justified. And it's going to result in people losing their health care. A ton of different people losing their health care, right? They're going after Medicare, they're going after Medicaid, they're going after Social Security, they're going after SNAP, right? And they're trying to use this shit as an excuse. They're like, well, there's fraud. And so Hasan's whole point is like, well, if what you care about is fraud in Medicare or Medicaid, Rick Scott, one of you, a member of your party, has committed actual fraud on these programs, and you're trying to imply, and they are, that the recipients of Medicaid and Medicare are the ones committing fraud when there's corporations that are, when there's fraud of these programs, it's been corporations like the one that Rick Scott headed.
I don't want to kill anybody.
Well, I think that is part of Rick Scott's lore.
I didn't actually know that. That's incredible. He did a fucking
1.7 billion.
Yeah, the things you learn watching Hamasabi, right?
Medicare.
But don't listen to him though. He's a terrorist. He's a bad man. He's a terrorist. He deserves no grace. He deserves no benefit of the doubt. Just have a different standard for him because he's the bad terrorist man, right?
Fraud controversy, Rick Scott.
That's a lot of clams.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But if the crime is already committed, killing him's not going to help, right? It's too late.
During his tenure.
Oh, there you go, fucking genius. I guess Hasan's just too silly, too daft to think of that. Here's the big brain here. Yeah, but if he's already committed the fraud, then what good would? Oh my God, Ethan. Look, I learned in chemistry about some incredibly dense substances, but I don't think that anything I've learned about in chemistry or physics matches the density that we're seeing from Ethan right now. There may very well be, chat, a black hole in between this man's ears.
As chief executive, the company, what company was he talking about? Some company that he was running? He co-founded.
Yeah, Neutron Star, says Funkmaster Ka. Yeah.
Columbia Hospital Corporation. Columbia later merged with another corporation to form Columbia HCA, which eventually became the nation's largest for-profit healthcare company. Scott was pressured to resign as chief executive of the company in 1997.
Thank you for the Wikipedia reading, Dan. That's very good of you.
His tenure as chief executive, the company defrauded Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah, new levels of density, says Lexical.
In other federal programs, the U.S. Department of Justice won 14 felony convictions against the company, which was fined $1.7 billion. That's actually just what they were fined.
If they were only fined $1.7 billion, that's not even close to how much they took, though. They're accused of stealing $150.
Everyone is going to have to stay away from the K word and start saying unalived like YouTubers do. I mean, yeah, I kind of I've just adopted that practice, But and Hasan said, he should have watched what he said in his video. Too. That being said, there's no call to action. There's no threat. This is a bogus and brigaded ban that Twitch has, in their cowardice, in their craven cowardice, enacted.
$50 billion? How's that possible? $150 billion?
Well, I mean, this is apparently the largest for-profit hospital network in the country. It's a lot of cash moving through that industry. A lot of cash.
Well, like I said, if that was going to be your strategy, it's too late. The crime already happened, right?
This did happen in the mid-90s.
Oh, that's like ancient history. Okay.
Right.
We're over that. Yeah, he did a little fucking tax fraud, $150 billion, which was probably in the 90s worth, I don't know, $500 billion. But who's counting?
Yeah, no, Rick Scott, not a great guy. I think that's fair to say. Not a great guy.
So, anywho, and it's like, yes, these people are bad and they should be punished adequately, but it's more speaking to the ethos, the culture that exists in Hasan's community of, they're very violent and they want violence. They wish for violence. You saw the same thing. I showed a montage and the content nuke of like every big prominent leftist streamer saying somebody needs to kill Destiny. The only one was punished was Mike from PA, who said, if anybody's in Florida, I've got $100,000 for you. Talking about Destiny. And that was for 3 days.
You think Mike from PA has 100,000?
You know, honestly, what they did to Hasan is about as disingenuous as if people reported what Ethan just said as being something that he believed, as being a call to action, as being a threat, right? That's equally disingenuous. What he said about Destiny, did you hear what Ethan just said? I heard him say they should video game the video gamer. The StarCraft streamer, right? They should video game him in a video game. I don't think you're allowed to say that, Ethan. That sounds like a call to action.
Dollars laying around?
It's just like there, you know, obviously he is quoting, or he is summarizing the thoughts of Mike from PA and not saying it, but it's just as disingenuous if people were to report Ethan for that.
I don't know.
How was he planning on?
He probably does.
You think so?
Probably pretty low.
I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members, which is pretty disturbing, but it is what it is.
I think if it comes to killing Destiny, he will crowdfund.
He would crowdfund it.
Yeah, I mean, he must make like 30K a month, probably, which is kind of scary.
Yeah, I'd say at least.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Damn.
It is scary. I mean, socialism pays pretty good, man.
Hell yeah.
On Twitch, that shit's fucking fire.
Damn.
So that's what's happening. Hasan, of course. Now, of course, people are going to say, oh, you said that you should B-word the NRA, which is true.
You did.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's pull mine.
Which was also a bad move.
Let's compare
So let's see, how is he gonna tuck away his hypocrisy, his massive hypocrisy? I feel like he's probably said worse.
It's what Hasan did, just to be fair, right?
Didn't he say he wanted to R-word like a victim of terrorism at one point? Am I remembering that right, chat?
No. So there was a big protest outside the NRA meeting, which was good. Do we have any insight?
Ooh, Ethan said his house cleaner's lawsuit would be annihilated. That sounds like a violent... Yeah, Ethan's talking about annihilating his former housekeeper. That's
into what they're actually
that's not okay.
There at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Somebody should bomb that. Didn't realize what I said. I was like, I felt like I was being silly. I was being joking, but I was like, oh wait, that's neither of those things. So I immediately took it back. I don't think I ever complained.
Yeah, that's right, Vadim. He said a lot of things
about this suspension. I think was like, yeah.
He said a lot of things that it's a lot easier to read violent intent into than what Hasan just said.
Makes sense. It's fine that I got.
If he wants to play this game, he honestly should he should FAFO. If he really wants to play this game, you know where this shit leads, Ethan.
The Ben Shapiro one.
How much would this guy bitch if he got his income taken away? Wait, didn't he say something really recently, chat? Something he said, I'm trying to remember what it was. He said something really recently. I'm not talking about the old video where he's saying sexually inappropriate things to the terrorism victim. I'm talking about recently. I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was. I had it in my mind earlier today to talk about. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody remember? There was something really recently that he said. Oh no, he fucking doxed people, didn't he? I forgot that was yesterday's content. That was yesterday's content. He committed an offense that I think is against YouTube terms of service. If this guy really wants, like, listen, if there's any fucking justice here, if there's any fucking justice, that sort of Damocles, metaphorical and figurative though it is, should also find itself dangling above the head of This man. He should have to sweat about whether he can get his YouTube channel back. Right? All that income should fall into doubt.
I'll always say it was dumb as fuck.
Right.
I just don't understand what people do. You haven't learned anything from the adpocalypse. Right? This shit is like nuclear war. There's a reason that streamers and YouTubers don't do this shit. There's a reason that this kind of shit is off the table. Right? Doxing too. It's like nuclear war. If one person starts reporting other people for, content violations, that's how you fucking, just to win a fucking argument, I mean, then everybody will. And who wins there? Nobody. Certainly not the audience. Right? You shouldn't do this shit. This is going nuclear.
I mean, to say that you didn't complain, I mean, let's be real. Complaining is what you do.
I don't think so. I think
And you were also kind of I feel like this is crying fire in a crowded theater, right? If there was a streamer out there that was dangerous, that was doing calls to actions that could get somebody hurt, yeah, that makes sense for them to, for them to get banned, for them to get suspended. But this is not that. And anyone without a cooked rat in between their two ears can tell you that.
It's like, no, but I get it.
But I think your complaint.
I think I got it.
I think your complaint mostly was the hypocrisy.
He loved the adpocalypse? Why would...
Because and this is where there is an interesting parallel.
Look, chat, I don't want to set the world on fire, okay? Can I say that? I don't want to.
In my opinion, because it was, you said that got clipped. And
before the episode was over, I was getting annihilated.
Right. It was immediately all over.
Like, all right, we're taking a break here.
It was all over right-wing Twitter specifically. And I think your complaint was that, especially at the time, frankly,
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. Okay?
I think they've kind of walked back from the whole free speech warrior thing. You don't hear the right. I mean, I guess JD Vance still is like, we believe in free speech or whatever, but it's so clear.
No, I didn't think it was you, Vadim. No, I thought you're talking about Ethan, right? Yeah. He loved the adpocalypse? I just don't understand why. How could anybody love something like an adpocalypse?
I feel like they don't push it as much. But at the time, they were like, we are the party of free speech, yada, yada, yada. And then they were jumping down your throat for...
Sniper Wolf didn't get banned?
For saying that. And so I believe that you did complain about the hypocrisy of those people.
Also, I was immediately punished, which I accept. Hasan will not ever accept a...
See, when you create bad blood like this, you almost ensure that anytime you come anywhere close to crossing the line, there will be somebody out there ready to make that clip and start a huge shitstorm to get your ass banned. And I don't want that for any of us. Like, Ethan Klein is a huge piece of shit. I don't want to get him banned.
Accountability. And he doesn't pull it back ever. He just goes on like, yeah, no, kill this guy. Again, what I did was dumb, but I think in Hasan's case, there's a trend. There's a pattern.
God, chat, this really worries me because I feel like, say what you will about the 20th century, they somehow got through that fucker without blowing up the world, right? Somehow cooler heads, after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, somehow cooler heads always prevailed. And I kind of feel like we're not living in that world anymore. We're not living in that world where somebody will actually figure out the lesson of the prisoner's dilemma. We're in the world of a bunch of vengeful, spiteful, egotistical fools, and they're gonna get us all killed. They're gonna get us all killed, and I'm so fucking scared of that, chat.
And it not only exhibited by him, it's exhibited by his community.
Like, I don't think that Ethan is like the. I don't think he's exceptional in the fact that he has this. It's kind of hatred. I feel like I see a lot of this in the Trump administration.
Well, which makes,
If anything, it actually tells that Twitch moderation is looking into Hasan, and they saw all the previous shit that he has done before, and they were okay with it. And now, once he said this one particular thing, he's banned.
Well,
okay. Look, the takeaway is that they looked at it on Friday ostensibly, and said, "This isn't an offense. This isn't a violation." Right? Then they got brigaded, and they got yelled at, and people blew it up. And they decided on Monday that we're just going to throw Hasan under the bus to get these people off our backs.
Took them a week.
Yeah,
I think it was
took
just
them a
only
week.
for backlash.
But Hasan is on the radar. They know that this is happening. Like, until
Who's this girl? This is Galia. And I hesitate to say that because we don't know, but a lot of people in chat are saying that she's maybe involved in the Destiny community. I can't vouch for that.
Until it was astroturfed to the right-wing Mediasphere, I don't know, like Asmongold covered it. They decided to ban
Yeah,
him.
they've been super aware of it.
Yeah.
But it took them a week. A week.
Wait, what did it?
I don't think it was a week. I think it happened on Friday or Saturday. They said that.
Do a fact check
This is
that.
from February 28th, which I believe was last Friday.
Yeah, I think it happened right before Friday's
Yeah, so
podcast.
it was over the
28,
weekend.
Hold on. Is February one of the short ones? Yeah.
And then I had a hard time the rest of the weekend.
Painfully ignorant, this man. Look, I'm somebody that couldn't remember if this year was a leap year. All right? I couldn't remember if it was a leap year this year. But I do know that yes, February is in fact one of the short ones. In fact, the very shortest. The very shortest of the short ones would be February. Or February, if you prefer.
What's that?
I feel like, I don't know why I felt like I saw it longer ago.
A long weekend.
He's like, wait a minute, does February have 31 days?
It was a long weekend, my dude. I mean, this was.
I
this
could
was
go for a long
posted,
weekend. You know what I mean? Maybe I should start doing death threats again.
No. No,
Week
you
off?
couldn't. No.
We've been on a good run.
We've been on a good run.
Nope.
In fact, that was the origin of the button. Maybe it was
Yeah, it was after the last one.
It was.
Wait, Sisyphean, do we know this? Do we know that Galia's a DDGer? That's the thing I'm not clear on. I feel like people have kind of been wishy-washy on. So some people seem to think that she's from that community, and then...
I mean, these happen pretty close in time to each other, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, Joshua Keller, and I should know that.
No, I mean...
Here's Hasan crying, shitting, and pissing about it. Let me pull this up. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, come on. No. Thank you.
No,
Good
that wasn't time
transition.
for that.
He goes, I'm sorry. I'll choose my words carefully next time and say, if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, he'd call for max punishment for the current Florida GOP senator. Yeah, nobody would fucking have a problem with that, obviously. That's like completely fine. This is what Hasan does. He goes, what's the big difference? Sorry, I didn't just say...
No, it's literally the word that he used, okay? And it was really clear what his intent was. There's just no way that you could read a threat into that or a call to action or anything like that. You're full of shit, Ethan, and you know it.
Criminally punish him instead of kill him.
Right, if he had said
Big
that...
whoop.
If he
Oh my god, chat.
Nobody would have cared.
Right, yeah.
Chat, Warzone really is a song by Yoko Ono.
Yeah, you gotta be...
He said this.
Maybe he should get a
Big
button.
whoop.
Unironically, maybe he should get a button.
I think everyone could benefit from a button, personally.
Narwhal_ by super chatted $12. Ethan and Israel use outrageous oversight to hide that they're similar to or worse than they're always looked good by comparison to the people he fights with, until he hates it.
Okay, so the one part that the auto voice did not read out there, they are similar or worse to their adversaries. I don't know why it skipped the word adversaries, but There it is. And thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Ethan always looked good by comparison to the people he fights with until now, and he hates it. He does indeed. I mean, bro is on the wrong side of history. My friend was born on February 29th. Does that mean that your friend is ages like 4 times slower than anyone else? What's the deal with Twitch moderation? My understanding is that their initial impulse, their initial was correct, right? That Twitch did not want to ban Hasan over this, and it's not so much that the moderation sucks, it's that the company is cowardly and craven and willing to, and you saw it before with the hummus thing. The hummus chat, the hummus. I'm sorry. I had to do I don't think I do a good Trump. But yeah, we saw it before with the hummus panel, right? Just obvious bullshit, and they end up accepting it and justifying, what was it, 4 30-day bans or something? Ridiculous bans over nothing that violated it even came close to violating Twitch's standards. Or
Rick Scott tries to, yeah, I mean, of course, it turns out he just because Rick Scott is a douchebag piece of shit, it doesn't mean that you get to fucking do death threats against elected officials.
He totally missed the fact that, okay, I'm sorry, it was Tom Cotton, not Rick Scott. Did Rick Scott's shit cause the death of anyone, though? Like, I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility.
Every time you want.
Not that I'm trying to make a case for anything, chat. But
every time, like all the time. And your fucking community, there's a bunch of violent freaks, dude. And why the hell does anyone let him get away with his fucking avatar being this picture? It is so gross and cringe. Why are we allowing
James
this?
Charles disagrees. That's all.
Wow,
I need to say
sister
about that.
snapped.
Hasan, fucking hell.
Let it slide, please.
Hasan Piker, Twitter.
Oh.
No, James, stop.
Ooh, sorry, babe.
Why are we allowing this? And by the way, he's wearing a Rolex hat. If it couldn't be more obnoxious. Once again, I love Rolex. I wear Rolex.
I was gonna say you love Rolex.
I know, but he is all about hyper capitalism.
Well, yeah, I mean.
And why is this? Why do we allow this? This should be illegal. This is fucking cringe.
Sister.
You think it should be illegal?
Levels of cringe.
Okay.
Am I the only one?
I'm an advocate for free cringe. Personally.
There is an article about it says like Hasan knows that you like when he shows you his armpits. There's like a whole article somewhere about
Dude,
it. I will
it
send
is so vile. The people that simp for Hasan who are like, he's hot, whatever. It's the most pathetic. It's so pathetic. Like, holy shit, dude. You have to be. Even if you think it's hot, it's so embarrassing. It's so cringe, guys. Please, I'm gonna fucking die.
I found the sound drop. There it is.
Hi. Just me? Just me?
I don't know.
For me, this is the equivalent of hot tub streaming for politics because he.
Are you turned on by his armpit hair, Galia? That sounds like a you, and I almost said problem, but it's really not a problem. It's just an interest. It's just a, turn on. I don't know, but it's not on Hasan.
He knows that that's a kink, and he's referring.
He knows that he's turning us on, and yet he refuses to cover up that delicious armpit hair that I just want to put my tongue right into. And
like the link that I sent, that's actually referring that he knows. He admitted that he knows.
Taste the delicious saltiness of
his fans want to see his armpits. That's it. That's the article, but.
It's very bad for him to show something as sexy as his goddamn armpits. How dare he?
That's what he does. And I heard him talk about it so many times on the...
And it keeps us up late at night, doesn't it, Galia? It keeps us up late at night. thinking about it. He knows it, and yet he chooses to do it anyway. God damn, Hasan, and your delicious armpit hair.
And podcast, wherever Austin would call him out for it, like, why do you do that? And he's just like
Austin can't take it either. He's keeping Austin up at night.
People to love him.
It's
with
disgusting.
weird James Charles stuff.
It's James Charles stuff? Excuse me? Can somebody explain the connection to James Charles, hot tub streamer for politics? Hasan's the first male victim of misogyny. Shauna, you're not wrong. That is the chat of the night. Wow. Whining about how hot Hasan is. Yes, stupid sexy Hasan. It's giving Homer Simpson with the stupid sexy Flanders. God damn.
He is very manipulative with his audience. He's very
He is very sexy. Stupid sexy Hasan.
tactical with the things he says and does. So he appears this way. I'm surprised by your guys.
Like, how dare he make a straight man such as myself question his sexuality and wonder what life is like on if the grass is indeed greener on the other side of the orientation spectrum.
The silence on this issue.
on the cringe
Usually
issue.
I give you guys a pass when it comes to Hasan, but I got to throw the gauntlet down on this one.
What do you want me?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a little cringe. I think
No.
he's probably being ironic.
Oh, ironic.
Yeah,
That's where my question.
Ironic. Ironic.
So does he have a personality outside of talking about Hasan? I mean, he used to. James Charles has a thing for armpit hair. I mean, to each their own. I don't care.
It's not ironic. He's doing it. It's not like I'm ironically going to kill someone. No,
yeah,
well,
that's exactly what he was saying. Like, oh, sorry, I ironically like.
It's not ironic when this is your actual avatar for fucking. If he just did it for a picture as a gag, that'd be one thing. This has been his avatar for like a year.
People are asking for a poll. What should the poll be?
This is unforgivable cringe. He should have no audience.
I got more of a problem with the hat. I feel like it's stolen valor, dude.
As a Rolex owner
let
yourself,
the capitalists wear their That's capitalist merch.
Yeah, fucking A, man.
Is Hasan's Twitter profile picture cringe? Is that the question?
Maybe that's the Miralax and Hot Wings, but I feel nauseous.
You feel nauseous?
It's definitely I'm sure it has nothing to do with that, Ethan. Miralax and hot wings, totally normal meal, not gonna upset your tummy at all.
It's probably the Miralax.
Oh, it's probably the hot wings. I need to listen. I have too much anxiety about making polls. I'm so bad. I'm so fucking bad at it. I need your help.
Armpit hair.
Is Hasan's Twitter profile picture cringe? Is that a good?
No. That's what you got.
Yes or no?
Don't lose your confidence.
I'm trying my best.
No, that's fine. That's a good one. I gotta close it.
Should there be a third option of yes, but it's not a big deal?
Just say don't care.
Am I cucking myself by shaving my armpits? I had no idea it was a thing.
Don't care. There you go. Don't care.
I'm gonna keep my arms strategically down. Triceps is the easiest muscle to train. Yeah, God, I should train it more, Steven. I love having triceps.
No strong feelings.
Don't care. Slash.
That's how I feel. I have no strong feelings.
That is utterly insane.
I don't know.
This is unbelievable.
I'm starting the poll.
To me, it's just
body hair shaming has reached men. This is truly equality.
It's unforgivable. It's so ridiculous.
All right,
let's see the poll. I can't believe it.
Oh, I love the results.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty overwhelming.
I'm not getting it on my fucking feed yet.
80.
Well, good. You can't poison the well with your vote. We don't know how you're going to vote yet.
People already know my passionate support. Oh, man. People always say, where's the poll? I'm getting that.
Buffy says this whole response is so unhinged.
Now, here it is. Come on, YouTube. Get your shit together. Now it's just showing a blue rectangle. Oh, come on, YouTube. You're dropping the ball.
I sent a screenshot on the Discord.
Okay, here it is. Let's see.
I like Sean's news.
Thank you. That's why I feel like when I sit in here, I am constantly gaslit by you guys.
By us?
80% in the audience acknowledge that this is unforgivable cringe. And I got Nate back there saying I got no problem. Dan back here being like,
problem.
it's a
I said
little
have
cringe.
no opinion. I feel
Socialism?
nothing when I see it. That's it.
Socialism is when no armpit.
Donald Duck got hit by the slow mode. Oh.
You know.
Exactly.
True.
For sure.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, thank you guys. I feel so fucking.
You feel validated?
I mean, Donald Duck. If I could give you an exception to the slow mode, I would. I'm pretty sure you're not going to construct inward towers with that or anything.
I think he's hot. What can I say?
At least say that.
I just did.
You did.
I
He's
just
laying
did.
it out.
Should we nuke Israel?
Is she? Ask Bosch. Is she obsessed with Ethan, or is she just like on board with his fuck Hasan mission?
What?
No.
Where do we go?
No.
Okay, well
See,
then.
You tried to trip him up with that?
I was just trying to see
Damn,
how
you almost
deep into
got
the
me, bro.
Hasan pool you were.
I almost slipped up.
Wait,
Tested you.
wait.
I support genocide.
No, he doesn't.
First of all-
he's been clip chipped. He's
First
been
of
clip
all-
chipped.
That's just very appropriate soundbite.
Sure, yeah, it's
Terrible.
perfect.
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
perfect.
appropriate.
But you, for the record, you do not support Jenna.
Jenna.
I
No,
support
no,
genocide.
I hate.
Jenna Marbles? Yeah, no, the Ratchet dog boutique was the worst. I can't believe she forced her dogs to be like dressed and styled, and they never asked for any of that, right? Jenna's Ratchet dog boutique, totally unacceptable. I'm against Jenna.
Jenna. She ruined my life.
Wait, Jenna? Poor Jenna.
Genocide.
Right. I got where you're going.
I wasn't siding with her.
She has been canceled a bunch of times though.
We don't side with genocide. Okay, thank you.
I used to really like Jenna Marbles, by the way.
Some people expressing. See, I feel like I'm in the third category where, like, yeah, it's cringe, but I also don't feel nearly as strongly about you.
Hey,
You're not threatened. You're not threatened by Hasan's armpit hair. Thank you, Dan.
They're on with me, man. You're wrong. You see gold and white.
Well,
That's
just
who you
because 77% of the audience agrees with you doesn't mean I'm wrong necessarily.
It means you are.
It's a matter of opinion. Cringe is an opinion. It's a state of mind.
Not in this case. That's the thing. That's why I'm getting so upset.
state
In
of
this
mind.
case, it's not. It's not.
Ela just donated. Your wife, Ela, just donated $10 and said, "Unforgivable cringe / gay bait."
That's kind of that, right?
Did you turn Gila gay? Is Gila gonna become a Fujoshi now?
Why do people always yell at me for all this shit? Like, is that not?
I don't know.
I mean, there are probably a lot of girls
30% of chat gets it.
who like armpits as well. I don't know.
Yeah,
in
I mean, it
Hasan's
doesn't have to
community.
be just. Yeah.
But Austin was calling him out for specifically baiting gay people.
Thank you.
What did Jenna do? Listen, compared to a lot of other YouTubers, not really much. But there are like the 3 looks thing. I remember for one, like one of her looks was like a homeless person, so you know people thought that was insensitive. It was, but she always apologized for it too. It's like she wasn't really like she quit YouTube because she was embarrassed about some of her older material being not sensitive or offensive.
It is, man. And nobody cares. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I get yelled at when I don't gay bait for doing like, I forget what I did, but something like way less serious than this.
When'd you gay bait?
I mean,
Is he capable of gay baiting? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean, but
I don't know.
Do you remember me gay baiting?
You do say that you're 15% gay.
That's not.
But maybe that's not. That's just.
That's not enough
That's
to
just
sleep
true.
with a guy. Listen, guys,
just
you
a
don't
fact, yeah.
listen, guys.
10%
Right,
gay.
yeah. You got no chance with me.
Right.
I feel like these should be okay with that. I'm pretty sure they're okay with that.
You know what would be the best way for me to hook up a dude?
No, how?
15%. I can't. It's too gross. I can't say it. I can't even.
Okay, chat. Like, I feel like we covered that part of it. Again, I would love to. Is he gonna say anything else? Wait, what is this? Oh
Why
God.
are you so dumb? Now you sound like one of them. When you're doing free speech. Tim Pool's on. By the way, he said, big shout out to the right-wing free speech lovers. Bro, free speech doesn't mean saying to kill people. That's like explicitly the one thing you can't do in free speech.
Right. So
you can't incite violence, my friend. That's not free speech. Why are you so
This is just going to be more bullshit, isn't it?
dumb? Now you sound like one of them. When you did obviously wrong and you start crying free speech. You're actually doing the right-wing grift thing right now, dude. Just say you were.
No, he's just calling them out for their hypocrisy. One could make a similar argument towards you, Ethan. One could make a similar argument of hypocrisy towards you.
Wrong and move on, armpit boy.
Dog shit.
I've never seen a man so jealous of another man's armpit. I'm sorry.
Dog shit armpit, idiot.
You're jealous of his armpit. Stop it, Ethan.
It's also kind of weird, like he does this DUI and immigrants card, he pulls it immediately, like you are talking about me wanting to kill a person when there is
Oh, I didn't even get that far.
another
Did she say DUI?
issue there. Like
Two things at once, paradox.
Yeah, he says it to right-wingers as well, which is like, you cannot threaten people to kill them.
Did she say DUI? Does she know? Maybe she's mixing this up. Is she trying to say DEI? What is she trying to say? This is Galia. We unlocked a new H3 crew member, and it's Galia. Galia from Ukraine. Some people in chat seem to think that she's involved in Destiny's community. I can't really speak to that one way or the other. I don't really like I've got some guesses, you know, of some communities adjacent to Dylan's that, you know, she wasn't on that. No, she wasn't. Was she? Was she in the Dylan video where he brings on like 3 Ukrainians to show them Hasan clips?
Even if you're advocating for DEI, like good job on that part, but let's not kill other people.
Well,
yeah, she's saying DEI, I think.
I don't know if you know this, but he's thinking about going to Gaza.
She repackages alt-right talking points and applies them in the dumbest plays.
I don't know if you know this, but he stopped thinking about it.
Why is that not here? I want to see the clip of when he stopped.
I sent it. I sent it in the...
Oh, you did? It's got, okay,
Yeah.
edit? Okay, I guess we're way down. AB and Lena aren't here because the medical family
I still don't understand why she's talking about DEI either.
emergency came up, and Olivia's not feeling well, so we're short-staffed today. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
I'm looking for...
Big shout out to the right-wing free speech lovers who took time out of...
I mean, they're saying that it's Olivia, you know, is sick, and that I'm wondering if things might be changing
their day. I mean, again, it's just a tweet. It's not taking time out of their day. Screaming about DEI and immigrants to cry.
Oh, there's the DEI. That's what she's reacting to.
About this. Like, it's totally irrelevant. He's literally just inciting these things to be like, actually, they're bad guys. Did you guys know that they're bad guys?
He's like...
It's totally unrelated.
I'm anti-war. I'm like, I want to save homeless people, and that's why I want to kill this certain person. Like, I don't know, like, how it correlates together.
I just remembered something that's great. I saw a TikTok of a Hasan fan being like, he's done more for Kendrick Lamar for the city of LA.
Yeah.
Please find that. That one is so fucking iconic.
I have that soundbite.
Oh, you
talk about that?
Yeah, get Olivia out of there. Hell yeah.
At some point?
No, I don't think so.
She's not from the Dylan Burns video? Okay.
We had it in there.
Well, anyway, chat, we don't, the truth is we don't know much about Olivia. She's from Ukraine. She she came on his, I think the first time she came on H3 was to complain about some of the things that Hasan had said about Ukraine. So, you know, very much addressing some of the same points that Dylan's video was addressing, but maybe not. Vadim says not a part of that video itself.
Maybe we just never got that.
Unfortunately, Hasan is no longer considering going to Gaza. Unfortunately, he gathered all the clout and all the goodwill, but now he's quietly. He wasn't going to mention it until somebody asked, but.
Wait, did I say Olivia?
He was forced to concede.
Anti-Semitic. Wait, everyone, he's thinking about going to Gaza, thinking about it. Bro doesn't want to watch a nuke and address the elephant in the room, yet squeezes and milks every moment once Ethan brings up your name. Talk about the allegations, red flag.
I said that? Oh my god, I meant to say Galia.
Red flag, come on.
Thanks for catching that, chat.
This one is too stupid as a foot soldier for you to ban
I mean, she is kind of replacing Olivia today, but yeah, no, not the same person.
them like this, okay? The thinking about going to Gaza thing is also kind of stupid.
Sorry, that shit's hilarious, and I will never fucking change my mind on that. And we need to ride that soundbite all the way to Valhalla, dude. All the way into the afterlife.
Actually considering genuinely going to Gaza.
It does not get better.
Because I was invited by literal fucking journalists.
What does it matter if they're literal journalists? Anyone could be a journalist. All you got to do is pick up a camera and take some fucking pictures and sell them to
What a jackass.
the AP. Anybody could do that.
Anybody could be a journalist. You just wipe your ass on a piece of paper, shove it in the hands of some newspaper reporter, and bingo bango, you're a journalist.
That's the problem sometimes.
That is kind of, yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Like somebody saying anybody could be an artist. You just splatter a bunch of paint on a canvas. You just turn a urinal upside down.
But okay, he was invited by General. Okay,
you just get a crucifix, put it in a jar, and pee all over it. Bingo bango, you're an artist.
As a foot soldier for you to ban them like this, okay? The thinking about going to Gaza thing is also kind of stupid because I was invited by literal fucking journalists that work in Gaza, okay? And I unfortunately most likely will not be able to go because the people that I did talk to said that they could not give me security assurances that Israel would not.
That's why it's fucking admirable. That's the whole point, you dumb fuck. If it was perfect.
See, if Ethan was doing it, it would be to show off. It would be to play hero, right?
Safe. Everyone could go there, and it wouldn't be admirable. You wouldn't be a risk.
Okay, so here's the deal. All right, Hasan would be a walking target. Hasan cannot go, to Israel, Gaza, anywhere without a team of people there, to film and to guide and et cetera, et cetera. So I think what Hasan's saying is that he can't go because not only would he be at risk and not from anyone in Gaza, but from Israel itself, not only would he be in risk, he'd be putting a bunch of other people at risk too.
Risking anything at all. That's why people are saying
foreign journalists aren't allowed.
He's actually considering.
Well, there were some people that Hasan knew that said they thought that maybe at some point they could get. Is Ethan celebrating pretty much, Dr. McRib?
Going to Gaza like it's a good thing because it's risky. What do you mean? Did you think that they could promise you security assurance in the middle of a war zone to begin with? What the fuck does that even mean?
It shouldn't be a war zone. There's supposed to be a ceasefire. And that was the plan for Hasan to go there. It was never talked about, Hasan like going into an active chat. I got to do it again. There was never any talk of Hasan going into an active. That was not in the cards, right? For Hasan to go into an active was not what they were talking about. They were talking about in the case of a ceasefire, right? Not into an actual.
Because it was so peaceful. But now
it's insanely pathetic. Somebody, please. It's unbelievable.
The bit has infected the stream. Yeah, it kind of did.
That's what.
Look, I didn't know it was an actual song. It's an actual song, chat, by Yoko Ono. Like this is an actual Yoko Ono song. I thought Ethan had gotten somebody to sing it, or so. I didn't know what it was from.
That's why it's good. What do you mean they couldn't give you insurance?
I also wanted to give a.
Sorry, guys, I'm not going to this war zone unless they can put me in a perfect bubble of protection. That's why war journalists are fucking cool and why we like them. Sorry, Gali, go ahead.
Yeah, of course. When I first heard it, I was immediately in my mind, I draw a parallel where this guy is advocating for Ukraine to knee down to the bully, as he said, quote, or like, just sign a peace deal, it's gonna be all right, just sign a ceasefire.
Yoko Ono ruined the Beatles? Many are saying that.
Just stop the war and everything, when the only thing why Ukraine cannot sign that is because they do not have security assurance. And that's why like the whole peace deal cannot be made, because Ukraine does not have a security assurance, and he understands that for himself. That's why he cannot go to Gaza, but he doesn't understand it for the whole country in some universe. It's like some narcissistic stuff. Where
No. I think you're missing the point. Like chat. I guess has Hasan said that Zelensky should just shut up and take whatever kind of shit deal Donald Trump tries to shove down his throat? I don't think he said that. I think he did say that back when there was a chance, back when Ukraine was doing surprisingly well and had fended off an attack by Russia, right? That they could have, that was the time to try to put a stop to the war, and that very likely what they're going to have to give up in order to get any kind of cessation of hostilities with Russia is going to be bigger now that Russia has taken some more territory than it would have back then. And just unambiguously, like, I mean, what is there to argue with there? Yeah, of course it would have been a better deal. People have said that's the benefit of hindsight, except that Hasan didn't say it now. Hasan said it back then.
He's like, oh,
where he literally didn't have the benefit of hindsight.
I actually just realized it's really dangerous when the war is there. I didn't know about that before. Yes, I need some security.
Yeah. It's so fucking stupid. And then his fans watch this and they eat it up. And I love how he leaves the door open. He's like, I might probably not go. It's like, shut up, bitch. We all knew you were never going to go because you are a fucking baby who's not willing to risk anything for this cause. Anything of substance for socialism or for Gaza or anything. You just want to sit there, collect money, hoard money, fucking live in a lap of luxury, hyper consumerism, and just like, what a grift, man. Holy fuck.
The thing is also,
I don't want to hear this shit from
I was invited by
100 millionaire
that work in Gaza.
Wow.
Okay. And I unfortunately
I don't understand what's the big confusion. I'm talking about Russia and Ukraine. They had like tons of ceasefires and Putin violated it every time.
The confusion is that Hasan doesn't believe it, but doesn't believe in it. He believes that Ukraine violated all the ceasefires. That's what he said on Leftovers, by the way.
He did?
Yeah, he did say that Ukraine was the one who violated Minsk agreements, and actually he has a reoccurring theme whenever he says like, yeah, Ukraine should have just signed the deal in 2022 when Russia sent like their, I don't know, like 2 juniors who doesn't know shit about anything, who didn't make any decisions to Istanbul. Mm-hmm. And that was the day where the ceasefire would be signed. Zelensky just wouldn't go for it.
Bro, he is so pathetic.
Which, by the way, like, if I talk about it, those were in the same period that Bucha massacre.
I don't think it's really going out on a limb to say that that they thought that they could, that at the time they assumed a certain amount of progress that would put them in a position to get a better deal. And that the amount of progress that they assumed based on the early events of the war did not pan out ultimately.
Documents and like all when the Russian army stepped away from Bucha, and you could see how.
I mean, chat, just make sure everybody understands me here. It's not right for Ukraine's sovereignty to be violated. It's not right for Russia to take territory, but it's like whatever gets signed is probably going to is probably going to sign over, Crimea and the 2 oblasts at the very least to Russia.
Many people were raped, were massacred, were shot to the head. How many civilians died?
That being said, Zelensky should not be shamed into taking a dog shit deal from Donald Trump and be, let JD Vance play his psychological games with him, right? That's not, right now, Donald Trump is turning America into the world's asshole, right? Like, that we are going to, exploit the country for having given it a bunch of our old military gear, a bunch of military gear that was no longer being used because it was.
And they were like, yeah, Ukraine should have just kneeled and just like gave up on.
Anyway, I can't take this. We gotta move on. Chat. Connor. We were supposed to watch Amaranth. We were supposed to watch Connor. Here's Connor. We're also supposed to do bonus content. What bonus content? It looks like.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right. What am I looking at?
Oh my God! It's so close, chat.
This episode have been bangers. Well, we're just trying to mix it up and try to do different things. But obviously, occasionally, people don't like things, which happened not too long ago as well. But that was a whole. That's a whole thing.
It's literally 1 point apart.
Yeah, you noticed. Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, and a lot of people don't like this because the way that we handle it, and the way that you should handle a lot of these things when they happen, like drama, is that just don't. Sometimes it's just better to just not address anything and just let it just fade. Mainly because when things get too heated, almost, no matter what you would say in that moment, people are still going to be going to be unhappy, or at least the group of people that want an apology, or whatever, anything like that. If you say anything, they're just going to be more unhappy, and it just adds more fire to the flame. So that's why generally we're just kind of like, all right.
Yeah, loaders. I mean, we don't know for sure. I mean, there have been overtures by France, by the UK, and I think maybe what was Germany? I don't know if Germany did anything, but like, right, that they're talking about stationing troops, right? And that is a way to, that is some sort of an assurance, right? What it means, chat, is it's called a tripwire. And they're not going to station enough troops there to where they could beat back the Russians, but they're going to station troops in places that were Russia to attack Ukraine again. They would likely suffer casualties, meaning that puts a that gives France casus belli to go in if that happens.
We'll just let it, let it.
And it might be a bluff. Maybe Europe doesn't want to, has no interest in defending Europe, or maybe, or defending Ukraine, or maybe, people will. Maybe I mean, there's still, I guess, a chance that if they're going to fight on, that some countries from. Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine. I'm playing this out in my head, chat, and it is a very bad situation for Ukraine. It really is.
Let it die down. Let them move on. Let them get over it, and have their fun for the week. Most of them are brigaders. Well, okay, look. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Cater Gator says status unfollow for me today. I had thought better of this man. Yeah, you're a lot of people expressing that sentiment.
So this is gonna get clipped as well. I know this now. So I want to be very mindful about how I approach this. If I'm gonna mention anything here, is that I think there are a couple of important things to mention. So I think, first of all, I think from our podcast perspective.
Yeah, I think so.
From our perspective, if it is fair to say that if we don't engage in politics publicly, because it's just a mess. None of us live in, the US. None of us are in any of these kind of intense political situations. I think it is also fair to say that, yeah, why would we bring someone political on? Which I think is a very fair and extremely, like, a very fair criticism of us to do, which I agree with. And then I think the most annoying thing from my perspective and this whole thing is that there were legitimately fans of trash
Chat made you get gnocchi?
taste who were unhappy. And it's frustrating because you can't see or like actually hear from people who watch Trash Taste or who aren't happy, because it just turned into like a political dick swinging contest about which side, which is bad on our part, because like we've never had any politics or any kind of talks like that in the comments, so I think it was kind of bad of us to kind of almost invite that. Second of all, the thing that was also very frustrating is that no matter what people were saying, there was a lot of brigading on a lot of sides, and I think that two things can be true at once. There were Trash Taste fans who are unhappy, and there also was brigading happening, which is also very frustrating to deal with, because then it's like, okay, now we can't actually listen to
Oh God, I just started reading the chat.
any criticism on the episode, because both sides are jumping in, right? And I even told Hasan, I was like, hey man, can you not? Like, it's bad enough that one side is doing this. Please don't bring up the fucking episode and be like, hey, send people. I was like, just be above this. Don't do this. Because if people who
Wait, what was the thing with Iron Mouse? People were mad at Iron Mouse for setting some sub or follower record or something.
Well, have very extreme beliefs, want to go crazy. I can't stop them. They can do whatever they want. But you hope that at least, another side wouldn't do that as well. So I told him, I was like, hey, please don't do that. And he was like, yeah, man, okay, my bad. But I think as well, I told Hasan as well, I was like, hey, look, the show is not political.
Oh, it was Kaisenot. Oh, that's why Iron Mouse appeared with the Kaisenot VTuber.
Don't want to deal with politics.
It was the Kai drama. I forgot about that.
We're most likely not going to have you on again. No, and that's not like anything like, hey man, it's just like, look, we don't want to fucking deal with politics. I think the Trash Taste viewers also don't fucking want to deal with intense fucking comments. It sucks to read. People just getting fucking upset as shit about it. And I know some like fans of Hasan will be annoyed.
Yeah, fake friends. You're right, Witchery.
But I just told him, I was like, look, at the end of the day, we don't want to invite like a fucking shit show to the comments. And I think it was ignorant on our part to think that if we just didn't talk about politics.
Look, I just hate that what you've showed them is that brigading works. All right? If there had been, some, question in your own community amongst some people of that didn't like, you having Hasan there, like, that's one thing. But this was absolutely a brigade.
That it would stay out of it, because that was our thinking, because we already had him on once and it was fine.
So we didn't watch this, but there's a show called Trash Taste. For anybody, I see some people in chat that don't know. For anybody that doesn't know, there's a Connor is one of the hosts of a podcast called Trash Taste Podcast. They talk about, I think, mostly anime and manga and stuff like that. You can see the covers to JoJolion and various other mangas there in the background, and that's what they talk about. And Hasan has obviously an interest in some of the stuff too. They brought Hasan on because they're friends, and the comment section got massively brigaded.
Some people were angry about it, but yeah, I mean, it was ignorant on our part.
Did he get in trouble the first time for saying One Piece is political? Was that the controversy then?
I think that,
Or are you just reminding Connor that One Piece, that like there's politics in your manga too.
If you didn't talk about politics, it wouldn't matter. But yeah, a lot of things have changed in 2 years. I don't keep up with what's going on. I get all of my news from the BBC. I don't go on Twitter. I uninstalled it. I think all of us were kind of blindsided by it. So it was kind of, a lot of people like they're out of touch. I'm like, I guess, like, I think that's safe to say if being in touch is living on Twitter and engaging with politics 24/7 because we just don't do that.
Yeah, it's absolutely a slippery slope, and it's just like, look, with communities like this, you don't want to give in to them because it encourages them to keep this stuff up.
We've never done that. I think that it's unhealthy. I feel like the level of vitriol is almost like at a point that is so like toxic to everyone involved that I have no wish to engage with it. And so I just don't. You know, I keep up with generic news, but I don't engage with any political spheres online. Like so it's kind of hard to keep up with. It's endless doom scroll, and I also think as well.
I just looked at my thumbnail and titled, and I just realized, look, not to brigade my own comment section, but this is gonna attract some DGGers. It's not my thumbnail artist's fault. It's my fault. It's gonna be like flies on shit. So if you have some time after this stream to leave a nice comment on in the comment section, I would appreciate that because it's gonna get messy. Now I'm gonna get the brigade.
I think it's really important to mention as well that I think some people forget as well, just because we speak English, and a lot of our viewers are American. You know, none of us have ever lived in America. None of us are American.
Are they Kiwis? Is that a Kiwi accent I'm hearing?
We don't keep up with what is going on. I already see too much politics from a country I don't live in that I don't want to know. I see more about that than my home, the UK, which is...
The UK, sorry. I completely off base there.
And Japan as well. I get fed fucking more American stuff. I turn on the news. It's all American stuff. You know, and I think it's also important to mention that...
Oh, Welsh. That's a Welsh accent. Okay, that...
I think that, again, there were Trash Taste viewers who didn't like the episode and don't agree with it and who are disappointed. And I think that's valid, you know. I think that's fair to be. But obviously it doesn't, you know, just because we have someone on doesn't mean we agree with every single thing that they would say either. Now, fun fact, because I'm sure people are wondering. I was keeping an eye because I was looking at what was going on, and I loved looking at the stats because I don't know, even while all this stuff was going down, I did find it terribly interesting to look at the back end stats of what was happening, and it was kind of interesting. I'm not gonna lie. So the way YouTube works as well when you lose subscribers, by the way, is that it does it in increments of 10,000. And so sometimes some people, you know, they love to be like, oh, they lost this many, right? Not entirely true. I can actually tell you the exact amount of subs that we lost because I think it's interesting. And I think that it also serves value to explain that it is not just people outside of Trash Taste. We did lose subs. I can tell you exactly how many right now. Let me find out. We lost 4,000 subscribers, which is not a lot, but I also think it is disingenuous, and I think it's bad to pretend like, you know, that people aren't unhappy. So like, you know,
it's the background music Shake's theme from Zelda. I don't know. I heard the Minecraft song earlier, it was like a lo-fi Minecraft.
I'm like that's sad. I feel bad that 5,000
4K Chud's gone. I mean, that's pretty much a win-win-win.
People.
That's what Sam would say.
Trash Taste feel like they can no longer watch it.
I feel like this guy should have to debate Sam Cedar on whether it's, you know, a good thing to ignore politics.
Feels bad, and that's a miscalculation on our part.
Kiwi accent is fish and chips said fish and chips. Oh yeah.
There was also a couple of stuff flying around that was interesting. So first of all, a lot of people were accusing me of deleting comments. We're not deleting comments. We never have.
Oh, Destiny fans always accuse me of that.
YouTube has auto moderation, so
and I never do.
Naturally, if you put the word terrorist in a comment,
not with them, maybe with like chuds, but
a lot of the time YouTube is going to flag that because why wouldn't they? You know, and there was some Some of the comments were kind of crazy.
Oh, it is the Zelda song.
You know, some of the language was inflammatory, and they're like, why is my comment being deleted? And they said like literally like the 5 key words that would get you banned. One other thing that I noticed is that when I looked at the comments and I'd scroll, and I don't know what's happening here, and I don't know what exactly is happening, but I would literally see comments, you know, because I was watching the comment feed from the back end, right? So from like the admin side, that some comments would appear. There were negative comments, which is fine, I don't care, that would have 10 likes within like 1 second, which I thought was like, huh. Because
what does that sound like to you, Connor?
YouTube, the most important part of a comment's lifespan is not if it gets to 5,000 likes. It's if it can get a lot, like a 10 to 20 likes in the first like 10 seconds, because that's what will bump it up. So I don't know what's going on there and how that works, but that was the thing. One other also thing that I noticed that I will just mention very briefly, I'm not going to get too much into it, is that there was obviously a lot of bandwagoning on it because people were, you know, loving it and people don't like Hasan. And so people were jumping on it and making videos about it. There was a lot of stuff that people said that was just flat out not true, and people were just making stuff up. Some people were saying like, oh, they didn't have this guest on. They said they were too controversial, but they had another guest on. That's never happened. That's just a
Look, all I gotta say is I wonder if redact.dev has a program like that.
A bunch of lies. So I don't know what that was about. There was also the only things that were disappointing for me, my perspective as well, that like really, I was like, man, what the fuck? Is that people would then make whole narratives based around.
I wonder if Hasan warns people he collaborates with about the dedicated anti-fandom he has. Listen, believe it or not, that's something that a few years ago I was experiencing. So I know about this a lot. I know a decent, way too much about this, right? I would go on people's podcasts and they would tell me, we were banning people in chat. They were saying some of the most awful shit I've ever seen. Like, you know, they must, whatever you did, they must really hate you. Like, right? And I was always left in a quandary, because it's kind of like, if I say something, there's some chance that it's gonna sound like, especially if I say something and then the person that I collab with doesn't get anything, it's gonna sound weird. It's gonna make me sound paranoid and stuff, or sketchy or something. You know what I mean? But or then you say something, you know, like you warn them about it, or you don't say anything. And it's a difficult choice. It's a really difficult choice. But Hasan, from what I understand, is saying something, right? Hasan, I think when he started working with Ethan, he mentioned that to Ethan. And you saw how Ethan used it. You saw how Ethan used what Hasan said of like, you know, hey, if you're going to work with me, you're going to hear some really awful stuff about me. Just understand this is, you know, anti-fans, and, you know, they've got a bone to pick, right? And then Ethan, you know, turns around and uses that against him.
Because we had X on, that we then couldn't criticize any other creator. We couldn't, you know, they're like, oh, you know, these people have changed, they're horrible, yada, yada, yada. And that was like, oh, okay, that sucks that people are just making assumptions, but not a big deal. But yeah, no, I mean, look, the reason why we didn't address it right away, we wanted to wait, was because...
So program meant to wipe your social media? Yeah, I think RedactDev does that.
A lot of people were...
But he got scammed by a program that was supposed to be that?
You know, they were just demanding things. There were a lot of comments that like, you need to delete this episode. Where I feel pretty confident in saying this, where if you ask Trash Taste viewers, do you want them to delete the episode? I think most viewers are sensible. They would say, hey, even if I don't agree with this episode, or I don't agree with this one, I wouldn't want you to delete an episode. You know, I think that's crazy. Now, also, I want to make it very clear as well, in case you're watching.
Play something. Is that real? I seriously thought when I first heard about Redact, or Redact.dev, or whatever the fuck it's called, when I first heard about that, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, like, you know, of all the people, of all the company, of all the people that could be running a company that's supposed to redact the stuff that you don't want on your social media, I would feel like Dan would be one of the people I'd be the most worried about. Like, yeah, trying to do something like that. Is that real?
Watching this on YouTube. that, because this is no doubt going to be a clip, that I'm sure that there's a good chance the comments, you know, might get taken over depending on how big this clip is. Please think for yourself. Please don't just read top comment and form your opinion based around that. Obviously, you're all adults. I trust you. And what I really appreciated is that a lot of Trash Taste fans did seem to be just tired of people picking a side and being emotionally charged about it, and we're kind of just like, hey, maybe it's not for me. All good. Next episode. Or hey, I don't engage with this. I'm done. So, I appreciate a lot of the sensibility in this, because I think, look, we live at a time where everyone is...
Oh, so you're supposed to get copies, and AB said it took his data and gave him no copies back?
So emotionally charged, and there's just so much rhetoric and so much, you know, everyone's got an opinion, everyone's got a side. And so I appreciate that people sometimes can have a sensible approach to it. I think what you will always get from me is never a clear-cut answer. You will always get an argument that I try to be as sensible as possible, and I try to consider all sides. And I'm not like a centrist or anything like that, or whatever, or any fucking thing like that. The reason I don't talk about my political opinions online is not because I don't have any political opinions, it's just because I just think that the online space does not get anything out of me talking about it. There's nothing...
Yeah, so a lot of people who do this kind of content, you know, where it can be somewhat apolitical, they will avoid talking about their personal political perspective for exactly this reason. Because they know that as long as they stay apolitical, they can have fans on the right and they can have fans on the left. And the second that they sort of take a side, then they're gonna fracture their community potentially.
To engage, I don't think it provides any value. I just hate France, and I think that's a fair opinion.
I mean, you are British, so you're entitled to that, I guess.
But you know, at the end of the day, I feel that the internet would be a lot better off if some people just knew how to shut the fuck up.
And they're entitled to call you roast beef.
And that's kind of where I stand. And so I'm of the opinion that, look, I think I'm an informed guy, but I also recognize that the internet doesn't benefit from me sharing my opinion. And it's okay also to not have an opinion. I think it's also okay to not give a fuck, because I think it's kind of fucking exhausting right now. And look, you don't...
Yeah, I feel like now is... I mean, look, if you're gonna say, like, the difference between now and other times is it's, like, kind of more important right now. The stakes are higher. The amount of people that could be irrevocably harmed is higher.
You don't always have to be on 24/7. I think you can tackle...
He apparently told J-Stock that he has his deleted logs and would use them against him. What the fuck?
At your own way. You can tackle it in a way that you want. But, you know, I was inevitably going to talk about this at some point anyway, just because I wanted to talk about it as well. I didn't feel pressured to talk about it at all, but I thought there's a lot of interesting things to discuss, and I'm sure I'm going to look back at this clip and feel like I should have said 10 different things differently. But I think the underlying point is the same. Of like, look, to the Trash Taste fans that are disappointed, sorry, you know, it is unfortunate. Are we going to delete the episode? No. If you did you unsubscribe? Okay, I apologize for that you felt the need to unsubscribe. But at the end of the day, you know, there was it was just we did not estimate what would happen. And then there's like a million drama channels that jump onto it, and it's like, okay, this is just, you know, it went from being the opinion of actual Trash Taste fans to very quickly becoming the opinion of like certain groups who would just kind of rally around it. So yeah,
good old commentary community.
It was unfortunate, and you know, people will all come into chat or they comment on stuff, and they're like, "Hey, when are you know, how fucking dare you? Are you going to address this?" Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, look, at the end of the day, if I address it, a lot of these groups of people are not going to be happy with anything or any kind of response, right? Because if you say I'll delete it, a lot of fans who didn't give a fuck will be annoyed. If you say, all right, we won't delete it, then they'll get annoyed no matter what, and then maybe it's deleting is not enough for some people, you know. So if you start trying to chase apologies, you end up just pleasing no one and just looking like a coward. You know, which is why when, you know, Hasan saw it and he felt bad and he was like, hey, are you going to make a statement or anything? I was like, no, I'm not going to make a fucking statement. Who gives a fuck? Like, you're not going to please anyone by making a statement. People just want to be annoyed because they want to be annoyed right now. You didn't watch and moved on? Look, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think the internet would be so much better if we had a bit more respect. But hey, look, that's how it goes. And you will engage in the cultural. I'm doing everything in my fucking power.
I can see why people are massively disappointed with this.
Or not to. Because I don't give a fuck. Because I feel like half the time, it's not even about like politics or anything like that. It's just about being right or wrong. Or being on the side. It's just pure tribalism, man. And I just don't want to engage with it. It's just bad for your brain. It just doesn't help. I just feel worse whenever I read any of this shit. Or when I, like whenever there's, like, absolutely...
I feel worse when I see the picture of dead and dying children in Gaza. But that's, you know, maybe you're...
demonstrably false things.
More bothered by the comment section.
I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on?
I mean, like, please, if you're gonna take this back to, like, is this even about politics? It's about humanity, bro.
Engage with this anymore. Like... yeah. So, look, and that's why, again, I want to reiterate that we told Hasan, because we saw him reacting to it and being like, hey, get in there and stop, you know, he was trying to brigade against people who were brigading it, who they were. There was Trash Taste fans who didn't like it, and there was people brigading, and I told Hasan, I was like, don't do this. I think it's petty, it makes you look bad, and I think it's pathetic, so don't do this. Don't tell people to get in there and fucking brigade it. Because I think it doesn't help anyone. So yeah, that's that. That's that. That's pretty much all there is to it. I think it's not going to be a lot. I apologize, people who are not going to be satisfied with me talking about it in this way. This is the best you're going to get. I've genuinely nothing else to add. I wish it was more eloquent, and I wish I had a script. But I think also these are the kind of situations where I think it's just better to be honest and just talk about it candidly. And also, yeah, that's it. No, I didn't have anything else.
All right, chat. So we've come to that time of the night. My apologies. I wanted to watch the Amaranth thing with you. We will get to that when we get to that, possibly tomorrow. Apologies for not getting to that sooner. I owe you some bonus content. And as I'm looking at my, you know, it's right up there. As I'm looking at the dono goal, which I have graciously done the math for you on, I'm seeing that more of Ethan Seething is ahead by 1 point over how the gerontocracy took over. Now, if anybody out there has donated and you want to put your money where your mouth is, let me know what you donated and what you want to add it to. And I will be happy to do that, because that could make the difference. That could make all the difference in the world if anybody wants to donate, like Izzy Sanchez just did. Oh, wait, that's 2 points for, yeah, gerontocracy. Izzy figured this right out. Look at that. Now, gerontocracy is ahead. So right now, gerontocracy ahead by 1 point. If anybody has donated and you haven't had your donos counted and you want... Oh, there we go. There's another... Omega Star says more Ethan. Oh, geez. We've got a bit of a bidding war in the making here. So now Ethan goes ahead by 1 point. 46. Chat, I gotta figure out a way to play this game. I don't think there's an English version, though. I'll have to look it up. But I don't want to play... I don't want to play, like, this is, Soul Hackers 1. I don't want to play with Soul Hackers 2. I started playing it, and it's not the same game. I want to play Soul Hackers 1. But yeah, if anybody, like, what is this game? It's Soul Hackers. Soul Hackers the original. Apparently on the Sega Saturn? Is that the one that's before the Dreamcast? Never got into Soul Hackers. It looks cool. But I don't know if it's is it available in English? Why am I thinking it's only available in Japanese? What's it about? Hacking people's souls for fun and profit? No, I'm just guessing. Wait, it's something like that though. But I really like the Atlas games from this era. They're like kind of amazing. Before the glorious Dreamcast. That's the one everybody likes. All right, well, I'm going to give it a few more minutes. If anybody has donated and you want to... Oh, wait, did Ethan just get another point in terms of the... Okay, 45? What's that, 45 now? Wait. 45 plus 2 is 47. Okay, so yeah. Ethan Seething is now ahead by 2 points. But yeah, it's probably about like awakening, like, you know, or like making a team of demons and gods and mythological beings that will fight against other demons, gods, and mythological beings. If I was to guess from what like Atlas games are always about, except for Vincent. Vincent doesn't have that element, does it? All right, well, I'm going to take that silence. Yeah, 215 of you have voted. I sure hope we've got 250 likes in chat. If not, make sure to hit that like button. Hey, hit that like button anyway, because it helps me out a lot, it helps the channel out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. It looks like we're going to do more Ethan. More Ethan, unless anybody has, like, it's like the speak now or forever hold your peace thing. Stand by and stand back, or whatever. It's, yeah. It's like, Thanks, Yoko. No, I didn't need, we didn't need another. We didn't need another one, did we? We've had enough, we've had more than our share. Okay, so I think we just go here, and we gotta find the, is it this one? No, let's look in live. Okay, so I don't think it's the Rabbi Destroys my... What about...
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $10. What about double bonus content?
What about double bonus content? I mean, that does get us to 114. Wait, Izzy, was yours Gerontocracy, right? Okay, so this math is gonna look wrong, but I'm just gonna add it on here. Yours was Gerontocracy, right? 48-hour stream. Yeah, I know. I'm staying up way too late. I'm sorry, chat. I started too late. And I need to get up kind of early tomorrow, too, but... Okay, yeah, there we go. 55. Okay, so yeah, looks like gerontocracy pulling ahead. Okay, well, this is ahead for right now. If anybody, you know, wants to dispute that, I started pretty late. I did. It's my fault. I'm sorry. It's a self-reinforcing cycle too. Vibes to the two. I know, right, Rave? Yeah, this is what I love about Atlas.
The leaders of the two most populous countries in the world, India and China, are also 74 and 71 respectively. The average person living in the world today is on average ruled over by someone 40 years older than them, and it all happened because of a few small demographic changes. So how the f*** did old people take over the world?
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin.
They say a wall is medieval. Well, so is a wheel. A wheel is older than a wall.
And a string of...
Utilities being treated fairly. Charlie? Charlie, I'm so used to
Just say aye. Okay, just... Aye.
Up until 2020, baby boomers were the largest generation in America by a significant margin. And as they moved through their lives, they became a significant and highly politically active voting bloc that could almost single-handedly dictate the policies of the government. When they were young, they could vote for free education and strong social support. When they started entering the workforce, they voted for worker protections, affordable housing, and policies to help raise children. When they got a little bit further in their careers, they owned their homes, they wanted lower taxes, good investment returns, and retirement opportunities. The inconvenient side effect was that meant worker protections, free education, and affordable housing became less of a priority for everybody else that came after them. David Willetts, who is currently a member of the British House of Lords, first popularized this idea in his book, The Pinch: How Baby Boomers Took Their Children's Fortune. Willetts is a politician, demographer, and a baby boomer himself, so his book is definitely...
He's a good... See, there's good boomers.
...worth checking out, so I will leave a link to it in the description. But the thing is, the baby boom wasn't enough to...
Like, Bernie's like past a boomer, and he's good.
...get us to where we are today all by itself.
Relatively speaking.
Human populations have boomed and bust throughout our entire history. Plagues, wars, famines, and natural disasters have made some generations bigger than others for thousands of years, and never before has so much power been held in the hands of the elderly. In the past, being part of a large generational cohort would actually be a disadvantage because if you had more peers, that means more competition for resources and jobs. So there is something more going on here. Baby boomers and the silent generation were the largest cohort of their time period, but that time period just so happened to be the most intense period of wealth creation in human history. After the Second World War, widespread industrialization, the automation of domestic chores, women entering the workforce, the adoption of global trade, and modern finance made global, and more specifically, American productivity go fucking parabolic. The world is hundreds of times wealthier today than it was in the 1950s, and baby boomers have been able to capitalize on that for their entire lives with their heavy sway on politics. Having policy tailor-made to suit their needs in their specific stage of life during the largest creation of wealth ever allowed baby boomers to amass the largest generational fortune in history. And as they have grown older, that wealth has allowed them to turn that wealth into even more influence. But eventually, that power will be lost, making way for the next generation in line. Even if they won't give up their seats willingly, there is always the inevitability of death to even the playing field, right? Well, it's time to learn how money works to find out why the world is suddenly run by old people, and why it's probably never going to get any better. This week's video is sponsored by Imprint. Imprint is a unique learning app that transforms complex
ethical reacts, chat. Ethical reacts.
Making it easy to learn something new every day. With courses covering a wide range of topics like psychology, philosophy, science, and finance, as well as quick read articles and visual guides, there's something for everyone. One course I'd recommend is Understanding Finance and Investing. It's a great way to grasp the essentials of managing money in the market. Personally, I've been diving into their philosophy courses, and it's been an eye-opening experience. The app's visual and concise lessons make even the most complex ideas clear and engaging, and it's a fun way to feel good about your screen time. Imprint is perfect for anyone who wants to make learning part of their daily routine. Plus, their award-winning app is already trusted by millions of users and has thousands of 5-star reviews. To try everything Imprint has to offer, free for a full 7 days.
That's the channel.
In the description. As fans of How Money Works, you will get 20% off Imprint's annual premium subscription. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Sun Microsystems, the Java programming language, and the internet itself all have one thing in common.
Boomers?
They are some of the biggest technology companies or systems in the world, sure. But they were all founded, created, or managed by people born in the year 1955. Now, to be fair, Eric Schmidt didn't technically found Google, but he probably had just as big of a role into turning it into what it is today as Larry and Sergey, and he has made billions of dollars in the process. If you want to be president, you should go back a little bit further. 3 of the 5 living presidents were born within 6 months of one another in the year 1946. Now, with such a small sample size and a healthy mix of selection bias, coincidences like this do happen. But people like Malcolm...
No, so you know what that's telling you, though? That's telling you that the person that was seen as a good choice for president in 1992, right, is the same age as the person who was seen as a good choice for president in 2004 because George W. Bush didn't win the 2000 election. The Supreme Court ripped that shit off from Al Gore and gave it to him. But he did win the 2004, right? So give him that. And is the same age as the person that people decided was a good pick for president in 2024 by a margin of 1.5%. Minus all the gerrymandering and all the bullshit that they did that probably was determinative, but same age. Clinton, Bush, Trump. Same age. In all that time, we've only had one person that was born later than 1955, and that's Barack Obama.
Malcolm Gladwell have pointed out that this statistical anomaly demonstrates the power of being born in the right time. His book Outliers is one we have referenced on the channel before, and is also definitely worth a read because it provides a lot of insights into how a small bit of luck can cause fundamental differences in outcomes. For boomers, it was a perfect combination.
Well, like, think about that whole comment. We were just talking about YouTube comments. Connor was talking about YouTube comments. If the comments that magically get 10 upvotes in the, first 2 minutes of being posted tend to do better. Same thing for Reddit. And a lot of people say that this stuff is brigaded.
Being exposed to new technologies that would go on to change the world and create some of the most valuable businesses in history, and not having that much competition yet. This wasn't just true for founding tech companies and ruling the free world either. Being born in the right place at the right time has helped the oldest people in the world today build up wealth in smaller but arguably more important ways as well. The most obvious factor is housing. Homes in America have never been more unaffordable compared to household incomes, and older generations that have had decades to build up equity in their home, or maybe even some investment properties, are benefiting from this home price appreciation, instead of being crushed by it. Even accounting for the higher interest rates older generations paid on their mortgages, their home ownership rate was much higher than the generations that came after them because the barriers to entry for home ownership were much lower. Today, the gerontocracy is also working to secure that advantage in a slightly less obvious way. According to public records collected by Zippia, the average age of a city council member in America is 52 years old. Now, that's not quite Congress numbers just yet, but remember that city council is often seen as the first step in a political career. So for every 20-something hotshot, there is a real-life Councilman Milton.
Councilman Milton was first elected as a city councilor in 1948 as a member of the Dixiecrat Party. Their platform, deintegrate baseball.
City councils don't pull the levers of global power like Congress does, but your local elected representatives probably have more influence over your life than the big dogs in Washington. In most municipalities across the country, they influence schooling, local amenities, and most importantly, zoning. These people have the power to radically influence home prices in their cities by allowing for higher density housing or by opening up new areas for development, but across the country, they choose not to. Now, even if the people sitting on these councils are spring chickens compared to other areas of government, the people actually engaged with them are not. According to the National Civic League, only 15 to 27% of Americans vote in local elections, and of those who do, elderly homeowners are massively overrepresented. According to the same report, those 65 and above are 7 times more likely to vote in local elections than voters aged 18 to 34. Even local politicians need to listen to their voters. Demographically, based on the people who watch these videos, almost none of you would know who sits on your city council, or even what their policies are, which is a shame because they wield an incredible amount of power, and they are where average people have the best chance at making a real difference. If you have genuinely ever been to a city council meeting or even voted in a local election, comment below and I will take your word for it and bestow you with a useless heart emoji. At least until I get tired and stop reading the comments. Anyway, elderly people have voted for people who will keep their homes valuable, which tends to be more elderly people helping to cement the gerontocracy from the ground floor. So, elderly people were influential at the right time to get rich, and then they use that wealth to buy even more influence. It's a pretty simple cycle, but there is still one thing that doesn't quite add up. There are countries beyond the Great Gulf of America that didn't strike it rich in the second half of the 20th century. Their baby boomers lived tough lives, and even if they were from a country where they could vote, they wouldn't be influencing the economy of a massively wealthy country, shaping it to their will to work for them. They would be voting for the party least likely to take away their basic farm. This is a broad generalization, of course, but it's hard to overstate just how fortunate the USA has been over the last 70 years. There is a graph that is honestly kind of haunting. This is life expectancy at birth for the average global citizen over the last 100 years. There are 2 noticeable dips, one small one which was caused by COVID-19, and this much larger one from 60 years ago. You might think this was from World War II, but those numbers aren't actually captured on this graph because records were too unreliable from back then. This 2-year global dip in life expectancy was caused exclusively by China's Great Leap Forward, an economic plan that was so bad it caused mass starvation and so many casualties it noticeably moved global averages. If American boomers were in the right place at the right time, this was the exact opposite of that. Instead of going on to found a tech company, you would be lucky to make it to your first birthday. The point here is that even still, China is today largely ruled by elderly people. And that's because of the final and most crucial ingredient: inequality. Baby boomers were not only the wealthiest generation in history, they were also the most unequal. Now, before we all go and seize the means of production, it's important to remember that a lot of this inequality was caused by the rich getting richer, even when the poor were getting richer too. The life of a poor boomer was significantly better than the life of a poor person in the 19th century, but the gap between rich and poor grew much more as people built fortunes previously impossible. This means that the world isn't really ruled by boomers, it's ruled by rich boomers. They were just the first group to grab their seats at the table. In China, they just happened to open up conveniently as baby boomers were in key government positions to effectively install their own unique brand of capitalism that unsurprisingly involved making themselves and their close comrades wealthy before anybody else. In fact, even in America, wealth is a big decider of even being around to rule at all. Average life expectancy is way up, and it's continuing to rise.
Right, but it's not way up if you're not rich.
But it's mainly been caused by drops in infant mortality and increases in the lifespan of wealthy people. According to a study published by the National Library of Medicine, the gap in life expectancy between the poorest 1% and the richest 1% was more than 14 years. That's greater than the difference in life expectancy between America and Afghanistan. The study also found that this gap was widening as health technology, diet, and lifestyle advances were resulting in wealthy people living longer, while most of the population was relatively stagnant, especially if they had worked in physical careers. To become an old politician, you first have to become old, and the best way to do that is to stop being poor. The rapid increase in life expectancy has meant that once people get into these positions of power, they are sticking around a lot longer than they normally would have. And if nobody is moving out of these positions, it makes it harder for younger people to move into them. Now, that's most obvious in photos like this, but it's probably an even more serious problem for regular workers around the world who can't move up in the corporate ladder because senior positions are packed with rusted-on executives. Older workers know that it's a lot harder for them to find a new job with a new company, and it's also a lot harder for them to lose their job in the first place. In America, age is a protected class that can't be discriminated against, but only for old people. The law only protects people over the age of 40. Young people are fair game.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was like an actual age discrimination prohibition.
This has contributed to a trend in the job market where the only way to really increase your position and compensation is to job hop. Because even if companies wanted to reward staff loyalty, most of those benefits would go to the boomers. Now, to be fair, some of these people are extremely competent. A decades-long career will give people a lot of valuable experience, valuable connections, and a valuable reputation. What's more is that the old gripe about old bosses making 3 times your salary while being unable to work their emails is still true in certain circumstances. But even really old people today have been exposed to technology for most of their careers now, so they are not as behind as the elderly people from a decade ago. And none of this should matter anyway, right? Because even if old people do rule the world, eventually we will be those old people, right? Wrong. First off, it's not ideal to have a system where people are just willing to get old enough to finally get some power, and this shift is already happening. The demographic conditions that made this possible in the first place means that as the current rulers die, they are likely to be replaced with much younger candidates. Elderly people have a lot of tools to cling on to power, but as their poorer peers die off, they are losing their demographic might. This hasn't impacted authoritarian states, because once those people gain power, the will of the people isn't going to compel them to give it up. But in 2024, for the first time in decades, democratically elected leaders around the world actually got younger. This was helped by the fact that almost all incumbent leaders did poorly in last year's elections, and opposition leaders are generally younger, but it also marks a trend in younger voters having more influence over who represents them. So, if you are 40-something waiting to inherit the world, the bad news is that, just like the rest of your life, you are probably going to be skipped over. But the good news is that might be a small price to pay to unseat the gerontocracy. The exception to this...
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that the... Like, the phenomenon of gerontocracy is leaving a bad taste in people's mouth about older people running things. And I fully expect that to, you know, kind of, like, if it's like anything else, people will go too far in the other direction. They'll have a reaction where they're like, no, I don't want anybody even slightly old. So yeah, I mean, what he's saying about the millennial generation getting skipped over, I could see that happening.
Global trend was here in America. Now, there is one place where power has been accumulated in the hands of the elderly faster than ever. It's on corporate boards for well-connected people with friends in right places. It's the ultimate retirement gig. So go and watch this video to find out what the f these people actually do. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning.
What does the board of directors do? Anyway, chat, if you want to follow that channel, here is their link. I have stayed up way past my bedtime, but that doesn't mean that I'm not grateful. Grateful to my Patreon. Thank you, Patreon, for supporting me. Everybody on my Patreon gets the videos before they come out. You get them unredacted and uncensored. And at the $5 level or higher, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayer. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Ma Goggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K. and to Omega Star. I'm gonna post my Twitch URL in YouTube. And then I am going to raid us into Peacefire Now. But yeah, there's the link right there if you want to be a part of that raid. Let me end that. Here we go. Messages pinned. And what else? Have a good night and take care of yourselves and each other. About to raid out into Peacefire Now. Again, chat, sorry for coming on so late. I gotta fix that, and I don't know. I'm supposed to get my passport tomorrow. Let's hope that that actually works out. I'm not sure if it will, but I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it happen, even if I have to get the wrong letter on my passport. Anyway, much love, everyone.